to this control.
So this is long leg complete. All done, no problems for this leading group. And how much was their lead? Lead of about 3 minutes.
Yeah, almost 3.5, yeah.
So we'll see whether that's been able to change when we get this next group. They've
I don't
gone
think
basically
it's
the
less.
same way, haven't they?
I think it's more now.
I think it's more.
It's around 4.
These two runners doing a fantastic job at the start of this relay. Mathieu Perrin and Oscar Hagström back together again. Working together on this unforked loop. And on paper, these two teams in the lead, you put them down as your favourites. So it's great to see it kind of going to form. You can see lots of other runners from other legs coming through this point.
And I kind of feel reminded on the relays a few years ago, because you could always see, you could follow many relays, and but Denzel at Tiomila, that was something special. They were always up there. They were so good in night running all the time. That was kind of a running gag for a while, that it's a club, they never do mistakes in the night, and now they're in a really good position again, and not the team you would see as the favorites on beforehand.
I mean, they were 25th last year.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Now they're
back up in this top
6th position right now. It's quite a difference between
Really
25th and 6th. It's about 19 positions.
But we are going to be waiting at this control now for quite a while before our next runners.
Yeah, I
here.
mean, another minute, not much more.
Yep.
Maybe it's not 4 minutes.
As well.
Doesn't look like 4 minutes when I look at it now.
No, it doesn't actually. Making
I mean,
good
it will be a
progress.
minute until they are there from here. So close to 4.
Now, looking into the forest, still seeing lots of lights there coming off the hill. Lots of people now in the arena still changing over.
And, well, which teams did we have at the control before? Kristianstad was there. Orion, Tampere and Pyrintö. Now 15 teams within 18 minutes and 34 seconds.
Yeah, that's the 5th control.
Now I think the next teams should approach this TV control. Ravinen, Södertälje and NTNUI should be the lights here.
Yep, the direction's looking good. We're about to get blinded. Here they come. There we can see just that difference in speed then for these guys.
There's there, of course.
There's Södertälje and NTNUI. And was Ravinen in there as well? Yep, all of them through
the
that
gap's
group of 4.
3:53, so close to that 4 minutes.
Yeah, lost another 30 seconds approx between controls 5 and 8.
It's quite an easy control, 8-9. Surprisingly easy. Oh, they will have some kind of arena passage.
Yeah, the leading team's approaching control 9 now, and then I reckon we'll be able to see them in the arena.
You can actually see the spectators still are awake, now moving towards this arena passage, so they should be there very soon.
Yeah, there's a great view you get from on top of that hill, like both in kind of all directions around the arena. It's such a good aspect of this arena to have that there, and it just offers a perfect kind of amphitheatre. And it makes absolute sense to have the run in here, where you get that almost like tiered standing area on the hill for people to watch.
think we have another like 5 minutes until we have the next teams to this 8th control, to the TV control.
We've had a few people
This
reach
was
this
almost
control.
desperate. Oh no, 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 no.
Yeah, we've definitely had a few teams reach this
Now we
control
have
and figure out what it is. But now you have to try and figure out where you actually are. You know you're on a feature because there's a control there.
Can go in between here and tell you that we have Helsingin, Sunistajat and Linné at the arena passage. Maybe not in reach for the cameras, but they are on the open fields.
Yeah, they don't come through the arena directly, i.e. not where the run-in is, but they will be visible from the hill and from the arena, and we might have some cameras there.
There should be. It's
here they come.
Yeah, here they come. You can see the arena to the right there.
Yep, so they've got a control on this
Edge
small
of the
group
fence.
of trees right by the edge of the fence.
Where are the trees there?
I was going to say, I think they've already punched the control. Then this is the one
Yeah,
on the
they
corner
did.
of the fence.
Definitely,
so
yeah.
this is
There's another
not
control.
the control they're interested in. But then they're
I
going to
think
come
that's
straight
one of
towards
the
us.
second last controls on
Yeah.
a few of the legs. I would be very surprised if they would not come back together to the changeover.
Yeah, they look like they're both running well in capacity. They're working well together. And actually, from kind of chatting to both of them, especially the Linné team, like they said, they don't really want to make a gap. They're very happy just kind of staying.
I mean, they don't.
At this
Of course, they
point.
want to make a gap if they get chance, but
Yeah.
they won't force.
No, they're not going to force a gap.
Uh,
Yeah, I mean,
But
both of those athletes would absolutely love it for the other one to make a mistake.
Yeah.
But like, I don't.
But I mean, it's
can't see it
interesting
happening.
because we have two of the biggest favorites together now. And how will they behave? Will they just
Yeah.
trust into their runners to come? That's proper orienteering. So those guys are gonna learn something as well tonight.
What a gent there, like just helping them out here. Like, they might have been wandering around there for some time.
Just, yeah, take another look at the map. Oh, he said, "Oh shit, we did a big mistake."
We're here. what did he
I
say?
didn't hear it,
Oh
unfortunately.
no! Sorry, I was talking over that one. I think that guy has just like enjoyed helping out a few other teams there, especially in front of the camera.
Actually interesting, Ravinen went on a different route on the way to this 9th control, but yeah, didn't change a thing. They're still all together.
Yeah, a group of 4 of them together. So they're the next group that we'll see through the arena passage. Have a shout here. This is
Malung and Denzel.
Yep, Denzel on there first. There's Malung. 2 of them together.
Next team to come there should be Göteborg now. It's gonna take another minute.
Yeah, so it's Quentin Angier and Thomas Kabelka from Denzel and Malung. French and Czech.
Now we are waiting here for NTNU, Ravinen and Södertälje. Very soon to approach the control, and then they will turn into our direction. That's the 3
Yes,
lights you
I
can
think that's the
see
group
there.
you can see the back. 4 lights even, because don't forget Storotuna is in that group as well. We
Oh,
just
yeah,
don't have the
yeah.
tracking here.
That's right.
So they are the 4, and you can see that's the control they're going to. There on the edge of the woods. And 4 together. Who is stretching this one out then?
Exactly 4 minutes now. So the speed about the same as in the leading group. I think they lost another 5 seconds maybe.
Yeah. Really not very much at all, that time loss, but it's going to be so hard to make back up, especially if the top 2 teams have clean runs. This group of 4 then running directly towards us. We have Eric Hearn from OK Ravinen, Nathan Marchand from Södertälje, Nick Van, Jesper Svensk from Stora Tuna, and Sander Arntzen from MT Nui. These 4 all together, and again, this is this 8th leg unforked. I can't see this group splitting up either.
And we have really many of the runners swearing at this control. We're waiting for Göteborg Majorna, and I think Eliarin may lose some words swearing here as well. Small mistake to this one.
This one was like a forked control on previous legs, so it does make sense that you could
I should be coming here. A small, I mean, he did about 50 seconds mistake. Could be much worse. He was very careful when he started to hesitate. You could see that he was a bit off direction, but actually stopped quite in time, tried to relocate. You could see it. Time was not too big, but you could see, yeah, you can see it here. He got to that null, then turned direction. Obviously saw that crack there and then relocated from there. But you could feel that the moment he lost Denzel, and what was the other team? Was it no? Yeah, Malung. He started to lose time, even if he's still running okay, but he's slower orienteering on his own. See that Linné struggling a little bit there. Quite far away from the control, changing direction. Usually not a very good sign.
No.
When you change direction like this.
There's quite a few controls around in this area,
yeah.
I think, as well. So that's throwing people off, I'm sure. We've definitely seen a lot of runners kind of wonder their way around some of these like crags and some of these form line re-entrants. But yeah, not good for Linné too there at all.
That's definitely a bigger mistake than the one Eliarin was doing. He's quite far away from the control. I mean, if he's hesitating at this point, maybe he gets some help now by this bushy area. And there are not so many bushy areas around here.
Quite unique on this map.
Yeah.
It's really very white map compared, like, for what it could be.
But of course, it would be easier to see it on a day leg.
So these are the remaining few.
Actually, he's going to meet
up on the hill.
He's going to meet the leaders now. They could give high fives, so close they are. And Denzel and Malung doing a small mistake now to the control just before the arena passage. But they will get out on the open field, and then it's going to be very easy for them to relocate. Should be very easy for them to relocate. Oh.
Yeah, they're not doing
the
best job at that.
They're running up a path. It's the only path there is.
Yeah, on the edge of the
now
field.
They got it. Now they're turning.
How are our leaders getting on?
Yeah, I think we're waiting for them now at 8.5.
Yep.
They should be there, visible, the lights in about 5 or 10 seconds.
So 8.5 out of 11.8. on this
There we are.
one. There we have them. And they're basically on this last, they've come through this arena passage and they have another loop, quite a big loop to go before we see them back again at the arena and the changeover to the 9th leg. There we go. Linné in the lead here. 3 seconds later, Helsing and Sunesteat.
I can tell you that Linné's second team now passed by Kristianstad and Kåre. If he's lucky, he's gonna get help towards the control. It looks as if he might have spotted the headlamps. It's Turving there as well in that group. So Kristianstad, Turving and Kåre together. Linné's second team will be just about, if they get the control now, about 20 seconds behind.
This is a mistake
Yeah,
we were talking about.
This was, now look at this, they will get to the open field and they turn towards that path. And I mean, it's the only path in that area.
Yeah, if you're making mistakes like that at this point of the race, you still got quite a
Yeah,
big
but it's
long
also
loop
that
to
they
go
didn't
round.
expect to get out where they are. And then, of course, you try to, you're not 100% sure where to head. And
You just need
but
to go and
if
check
you
it out, right?
absolutely not expecting that you're there, then it's hard to relocate, of course. You have to have an open mind for that.
Yeah, I think that these are those teams then heading through here. Denzel and Malung. Very bright head torches. You can see how, yeah, one of the runners, that's the Malung runner, just dropping their head down to look at the map and then looking back up again, and then we get blinded. And again, they will stay together, these two runners. Okay. The leaders then, Linné and Helsing and Sunesteat, splitting up a little bit now here. Different routes out of control 14. Both of them staying very, very close to that red line.
Is it still 4 minutes? I don't think so. Maybe 3.5.
Trying to count how many lengths of 1 minute, those 1 minute tails you can get to fit together. So this is the
Yeah, this is
14th control.
Yeah. And we had 3 minutes now since the punch. Yeah, it's... Yeah, maybe not 4 minutes anymore, because here we have the lights of
Yep,
this
even
chasing group.
Yeah, but they're not here just yet. Should be a fairly straightforward control. It's a little knoll with like a circle of yellow around it, so just in the open.
Okay, it's almost 4 minutes.
Group of 4 this time, and actually this group of 4, they do keep changing who's in the lead. It's not consistent, is it? Now it's Dora Tuna.
No, but it's, as I said before, it's not the leg where you have like those runners just keeping behind. All of them are trying to avoid mistakes, of course, and then, well, the more active runners you have, yeah, the bigger the chance that you get the controls.
Yeah, and they really are all being active, I think, here. Although when we saw them go through at 6K, it was also Storatuna in the lead there. Jesper Svensk doing a great job. And again, yeah, we do have all 4 Svensk brothers in this relay. So Linné and Helsingin basically back together then here. And maybe Södertälje and Nickvan orienteering just that blue dot, avoiding some of the marsh, some of the trickier undergrowth there. Maybe I'm reading too much into the GPS.
Is it really? I think Linné's GPS stopped. I think it's gonna jump back again. Is Helsingin Suunnistajat going into the right direction there? It's not entering the circle. And is it really? What is Oskar Hagström doing there? So this is going to be a mistake by Helsingin Suunnistajat. But what is he just waiting for Perrin to do the mistake, or what?
Yeah, he might be. That could be the sneakiest thing.
But I don't think that he can't be that cool, can he? I mean, obviously he is.
Oh my god.
But he can't be like waiting him out.
Because I don't think you can really see that he's going to make that much of a mistake.
Move. That
I don't think going through that marsh you could tell he was going to make a mistake. Because
I mean, if he had the direction towards where he was now, but
and then as long as you turn off to the left, it's fine. Oh my
it's interesting to see. Maybe it was something that he had to fix something with his headlamp, and it turned out to be the lucky shot. But definitely,
we're going to have to ask Oskar Hagström this.
Yeah. Control 15. Write that down.
Yeah, I'm writing it down. HS. This is my shorthand. I am actually using actual shorthand to write this as well. Big miss. Big miss. Did Linné get lucky or have tactics?
Now we should be able to see this power line very soon. Then should help him to relocate. But it's quite a big mistake. It's already a minute since we had Oskar Hagström at control 15. Might be one of the decisive moments in this relay.
Yeah, I think you're looking at a really decisive moment here, because you can see there that tail a minute already
but still
left.
A minute is... I mean, if he gets the control now and it doesn't get much more to the finish, there's still a good chance to get back into the competition. We'll also see that, I mean, there are 3 teams coming behind, working together. You have a better chance of finding controls or being quick on the relay compared to when you're all alone. But I mean, Linné now gonna send out Luca Bassi and then Albin Riedefeld. Not the guys known for doing very big mistakes in relays.
No.
Yeah, it was a bit more than a minute of mistake here.
I put big miss. Does this qualify as a big miss or a medium one?
129. Well, it's a rather big miss.
It's very big for this part of the relay, I think. Very tricky. And suddenly Oskar Hagström from Linné is on his own. So to Mathieu Perrin. And now then I have questions on this chasing 4. Are they going to get the direction okay? But they should
not
see that
in the
as
marsh,
open area
and
though
they're
as
not
well.
in the marsh. They should be aware of that. Seems like a decision they took.
Yeah.
But Perrin not entering the circle at 16 again.
Oh no, this is another mistake
but
here.
But this one he should be able to fix up quite quickly, because there are not that many hills around there, and you know that the control is close to or behind a hill, so if you don't see it there, go to the next one.
Yeah, he's managed to get this back in control. You're exactly right. He's just realised which hill he's on.
But of
But
course,
again,
it's
another
another
time loss,
15,
yeah.
20 seconds.
Okay, gone back to
14.
14?
Waiting for Denzel and the Malung. Next teams to come.
Just see Forrest flash a light. It's a very strong head torch coming this way. You kind of know it's the top teams as well because they've got the really, really strong head torches. Whereas if it was someone on like leg 6, it wouldn't be so much. There they are, the two of them. Denzel and Marlon still together. Quentin Andrea and Thomas Kubelska.
Oskar Hagström now punched at 17 on a straight line back to the arena from there.
Yep,
Gap.
only 3 more controls to go.
Still a little bit more than a minute. This is the replay now to control 15. And I mean, look at it. It's Linné first. He can't like playing it because he was first in. He must have. Something must have happened
In that marsh.
that slowed him down, but he can't be in the lead and think like, I let him go in front now because he's gonna do a mistake. That's just unrealistic.
Yeah. Oh, we have to find out what has happened. What happened to him in
I could imagine, I
2015.
mean, it was a bushy part there. Could imagine that he lost kind of, that a branch took off his lamp from his head. He had to stop, fix it again, and then suddenly behind, Mathieu Perrin was forced to take control. He was behind before, so we don't know how accurate he was in his orienteering. Then he was forced to take the lead, and it was not really cool enough to wait out Oskar Hagström.
No. But then suddenly you're propelled into that lead. You just kind of keep going. You don't really... it's such an unusual
And
decision
here
to
you can
actually
see
stop.
that they're taking different route choices to 18.
Obviously,
Perrin dropping, has to climb a little bit. Then on the second part of the leg, Hagström decided to take the climb right away from the control.
yeah, a little bit further, obviously, further off the line, a little bit more wiggly on the path as well.
Exactly. The thing with this Helsingin route is as well, if you have to pass in the cutting area, sometimes in the night it's a bit harder to see them.
Yeah, and there's other, certainly, I'm not sure about in there, but certainly in other parts of the map, there were like extra extraction lanes for that felled area.
But then at the same time, you're gonna get this forbidden area there, and it's marked as, I mean, on the map it looks as if it should be marked in the terrain.
Well,
so
it
we'll
should
get
be,
quite a
yeah.
nice attack point then when to start look for the control. Gives you some help with this, and of course it's not very difficult because you're climbing, going into the forest there, and then running down again. So, yeah.
So I think we're still behind Mathieu Perrin there in
And
the
you
top
can see
left.
the marks to the left.
But then the chasing group of 4 made a very small error into control 17.
They did,
were
actually.
just a little bit too high in the slope.
And then they went down or up to the Hagström route.
Yeah, and Hagström back out to the path then after getting control 18, just 19 and 20 still to come.
And I mean, 19 is basically no orienteering to that control.
No, it's very straightforward at that point.
To the path and then the power line. Here we have, is it Eliarien? Itbermayona. Yes, indeed. 14 minutes behind. Doing quite an okay job for being all on his own here. And as I said before, he's just got into the team, replacing Victor Rundby. Not planned to run this leg here.
Yeah, so suddenly thrown into the first team can shake some runners. It looks like he's doing a great job.
It's going unexpectedly well. What happened here? Who's that? That's Hagström, isn't it? Probably another runner still waiting for Hagström.
Runner.
Doesn't look good. If it's really Hagström, then it doesn't look good for him. I think it's more this guy. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, there's a control. And we are starting to get some light in the sky over in the distance.
Yeah, now you're very optimistic.
But you can see the, like, almost the lights of the arena, though, in the background.
This kind of light won't help you.
Oh, no, absolutely not at all. It's some light in the sky. This is just, I'm feeling happy. Please don't crush my joy.
I won't.
Thank you. Okay, so we just looked up the up the slope to number 19. And
Denzel and Malung approaching the Perrin control, number 15. They're quite off direction there. So here I think we have Oskar Hagström in the picture. It's the strong light coming towards the last control.
Yeah, you can see, I don't think that runner, the
one
on the left,
behind.
this one here. Yeah. The red and blue of Okilene from Uppsala. And yeah, fantastic run there. He's managed to get that gap for Linné. And now on the last few meters of this course, done his job, and he's going to hand over to Luca Basset on this 9th leg.
Exactly the other way around 1 year ago. Then we had Luca Basset handing over to Oskar Hagström on the 9th leg. Actually, Oskar had the second fastest time on the 9th leg. Luca Basset had the quickest time on the 8th leg. So two very good night orienteers just after each other here for Okilene, and it looks really, really good for the team from Uppsala.
Yeah, it's all going their way so far. They've managed to drop, and we thought they were going to come back together with Helsing and Synstergaard after this, but no, it's no problem at all for Okilene, and over 1 minute mistake at control number 15 has pushed Helsing and Synstergaard down into second place, so they are alone in the lead here. So Oskar Hagström will go to number 302, second place last year. Can they upgrade now? And Linné handing over here to Luca Basset, very, very experienced French runner. And the talk is that Basset is fit. He's had some great results in the last few weeks as well. And
especially has been training in a good way during the winter. Earlier years he has often been injured. Now he could train as he wanted. I think he was explaining what happened, but I couldn't really hear it. The switch came too early, but here in the picture we have Mathieu Perrin for Helsing in Synstergaard. Still, it was quite a good performance. Was a bit unlucky there, punching the last control here.
Yeah, there was just that one control of 15, and then small miss again to 16. Otherwise, incredible performance from the team from Helsinki, and this French runner here as part of that team, Mathieu Perrin. Just just crosses over into the other lane then here. This is a second place team. We'll have a look at the time here. 1:43 then, the gap between the first and second, as Mathieu Perrin will go and hand over to Tupi Sirolainen. Again, another very, very strong runner, strong and experienced night orienteer as well. So really quality athletes, well, throughout both of these teams, but especially on these last couple of legs. This is really where now you want to put your strongest all-rounders, your top international athletes, and these two teams have both of those. These are the chasers then, the next chasers. On their way in, they were about 3.5 minutes down on the lead of Oskar Hagström. And so Jesper Svensk, Nathan Marchand, Eric Kern, Sander Arntzen, all together again. They will hand over very, very soon, and as you can see, they'll be not too much more than 3 minutes down. So took up some seconds in the end, in the last section, I think, to catch back up. There's Södertälje and Nick Van handing over there first. Nathan Marchand, a very young runner on that team. Stora Tuna, Eka Ravinen and Entenui in the green at the rear. Sander Arntzen. So this group of 4, they stuck together around the whole of this relay, but now we go back to another forked leg. So anything could happen. We could still see big changes on these last couple of legs.
Now there's quite a gap when you're waiting for the next teams to come. It's Denson and Malung, which is punched at control 17. Gemuko struggling at control 15.
Okay, let's have a little look here.
Mistake towards the 15th control, but actually not a very big one. Then they were off direction to the next one as well. They just came over this small path, not really exactly in the way they wanted, but take a look at Gemuko now. Never really got to this small path and then turned back into the terrain. North is still on the path now. And I think he's going to be caught by the teams coming behind.
Yeah, they are coming there just now. I think now he's hopefully back in control here.
Now
yeah,
exactly when he got control over the situation. Teams behind coming.
And I can announce I'm getting rid of my map for leg 8. There's a massive pile of discarded maps behind me, and I pick a new one up from under the table. And I have my first look at leg number 9.
It will be very interesting to hear later on from Oskar Hagström what exactly happened there at control 15. Many of the teams struggling with this control. See that Malung and Denson now on the Helsingin-Sunistajat route to control 18.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, some people having struggles really close to control 15, and you can see there with the green that it's really not very green on much of this map at all, and so suddenly when you do have some green, it's tricky. But then it's also getting the direction.
I can imagine that it's dense even outside of the green areas there, so it's not a distinct line where the green area ends, and so maybe it's hard to see it, especially in the night. But you should, I mean, many of the teams came a little bit too far to the west. They've never been in the marsh and then running up the hill. Yeah, then you should at least know that you're too far to the east. So the teams that have been doing that, they didn't miss for minutes. They maybe lost half a minute. It was worse, the team going straight towards the control and that then not really finding it in the first approach. They have a group now there with Göteborg-Majorna, Kåre, Pan-Kristianstad, Tyrving. Well, looking at the results so far, I think it's fair to say that we will have one of the teams, the 6 teams in the finish of this 8 leg, fighting for the victory. The gap is just simply too big, and the teams behind Malung and Denson, Göteborg-Majorna, Kåre, Pan-Kristianstad, not big of favorites to make such a comeback here. I mean,
no, of course we don't have IFK Göteborg because they were disqualified on the long night, so yeah.
But we have quite many of the favorites among the top 6 there. I mean, Linnea, we were talking about the finish there with Bassi and Riedefeld, Helsingen, Suunnistajat. They're gonna have Olli Oja now.
Yeah, Topi Syrjäläinen on the ninth leg.
Now.
Yep.
Who do we have for Södertälje? It's gonna be Tino Polsini on the last one. And Jesper Sjöblom, I think, on this one. Second last one. And Stora Tuna. Henrik Johannesson and Emil Svensk. Ravinen, they're gonna send out Gustav Bergman on the last leg.
Yep. Classic way.
So all of them with quite good finishes.
This is the best shot they'll give Gustav Bergman for quite many years, actually. They've really had a great team performance here to kind of set that up for him already. So we wait for Denzel and Marlon at the finish. So looking for the changeover. It's so tricky to catch the runners that we're looking for here. Camera ops doing a great job of trying to pick out those fast runners. I think they are here though. Yeah, this should be Denton and Marlon's here, these 2 teams, I think. It's so hard and they've got these really bright head torches. Yeah, but it's those 2 teams, Denton in the lead then. Quentin Angier still ahead of Thomas Kabelka. These two runners put in a fairly stable performance. Still in the top 10. Lots of support there. You can see the coach filming this finish, I think there, the Marlins coach. And we will still have some of the fire at the finish for these two teams into 7th and 8th. Swapping positions, these two. They'll pick up the next map, hand it over. This is leg number 9 of 10. This is 13.9 kilometers, 450 meters of climb, 78 minutes. It should take us to dawn, take us to sunrise. They both hold out their map to the next runner so they can see the number, they can double check that it is indeed the right map. And those two runners there, they are done. They've done their job for today. They can go and have a nap. It's always a while before you can get to sleep though after these things. You've got this adrenaline like running through you. There's no way they can go to sleep straight away. Okay, then this is men's leaders. There's Linné, and Luca Basset, the French athlete. Has he had a good start? Let's have a look at some of the GPS tracking. Which control is this?
It's actually the first control.
Whoa.
And he had a rather good start, but there's one guy a little bit quicker in the beginning, and he's coming here. So the gap at the changeover 1:43, it's definitely less.
Yeah, as it takes
here we have Topi Syrjäläinen, and the group behind actually, they started very well as well. So I think it's going to be about a minute until we will see them approach this control, and then we'll have the 6 of the teams within 2 minutes. So Topi Syrjäläinen
has caught up a minute just on one control.
Yeah, but yeah, it was a long one.
It was a long one, admittedly. That's still very impressive.
It was a very long one.
Yeah, it was a very long one.
I mean, they have been out now for about 14-15 minutes on this second last leg.
So these, the next 4, looks like it will be.
Yeah, definitely. And then the gap is not even 2 minutes.
3:19 behind, and they've caught up a lot. So
yeah, a bit 1.5 minutes.
Yeah.
So they were half a minute quicker compared to Helsingin Suunis diet, approximately.
Yeah, I mean, you said at the changeover our winners could come from any of these 6 teams, and I think that really shows it now when they just grouping back together.
The most unexpected one of the 6 would be Södertälje. But the others, they have very good chances. I mean, of course, Södertälje has good chances as well.
They have Jesper Sjöblom and then Tino Polsini.
But if you just look at the teams on paper, I think they're the least expected at this point. Just because all the others have been proving in so many relays that they can be fighting for the top positions. If you take the results from, for example, Tino Polsini from the last leg last year, it's quite a bit of time. He lost about 13 minutes, 14 minutes on the last leg last year.
So next group of teams into the finish.
Yeah, this is the group. Tyrving, Göteborg-Majerna, Kåre, Pan Kristianstad. And then about 20 seconds behind this group, we're gonna have second team from Linné.
So these teams still fighting for top 10 positions.
And here we have a few of the teams with very good last leg runners. For example, Tyrving, Matthias Kibbutz.
Yep, absolutely. And back in probably some better orienteering form compared to this time last year when his big focus was on the marathon.
Last year he actually did like 1 or 2 focus weeks just before TU Milan. He was in the middle of the preparations for the Olympics. It's kind of a vacation from marathon training back then.
But yeah, back into forest and into orienteering this year.
Here we have Göteborg-Majerna, Tyrving, and then a small gap down to Linné's second team.
Yeah, great job still for that second team. And Kristianstad.
Ola Martner.
Okay, Oko Ravinen here. This is Axel Grönqvist.
Yeah, this is interesting now. They're actually splitting up here now. The group of 4 and Tenui on a different route compared to all the others. So here we are within the group with Ravina and Stora Tuna. Then there's a small gap down to Södertälje.
Yep, Stora Tuna here. This obviously was the leg that Victor Svensk did so well on last year.
I think actually that Tenui is doing a great job. They on the way to their control. Can't really say that the team here is missing anything either.
Great job taking the control there. Stora Tuna with Oko Ravinen in the distance. This leg also has a mat flip. They will start on side A, flip to side B, and then flip back again to side A. Such is the long distance they're going, nearly 14 kilometers. Yeah, and again, we kind of mentioned Södertälje earlier on, like they're going to struggle to maybe keep up with this pace, but not doing too bad.
I mean, as long as they are within the group, I think they have a good chance to perform well and finish this relay in a good position. But
maybe
it is forked that they sooner or later they have to go on their own at one point, and well, if they do that well, then they will be in the fight until the last meter, but it would be a bit unexpected.
Tampere Printo now here on the exchange, so 3 minutes behind the team in front.
I
few
think.
seconds ahead of Orion.
They're really splitting up now behind Okoline. 3 different routes performed by the teams behind. It's going to be interesting to see if they're still together at the third control or if they're kind of small gaps between the teams then. Could be that they're all together. But that would mean that Helsingin Suunnistajat actually dropped into the group behind.
Yeah, so it was what, a 45 seconds from Linné to the rest for to Helsingin Suunnistajat after
from
that,
Linné
and then
to
another, like,
Helsingin.
2
Yeah,
minutes.
exactly.
About
Another
2 minutes
minute.
group.
Yeah.
So this control, they're going to do the map flip. So I'm going to do my map flip and take a look at the next part of the course.
Of course, since this is a longer leg again, it's quite obvious that we won't see too much GPS here because it's going to be forked to the last leg. Still waiting here at the first control after 2.3 kilometers. Next teams to approach here in about a minute. Denzel and Malung. I think here, see them coming. Different directions. This should be Denzel, yeah. There is a risk for Malung. They do a small mistake here. We have them, not really direction in, but they will be together. Anyway, just 9 seconds between the two of them.
Yeah, you could see the runner from Denton just changing his map, refolding the map, and it gave the Marlins runner good time to be able to catch up.
This is Kalevan Rasti into 16th spot. Now we're back at this first control, but I think it's gonna take another 5 minutes approximately till we have the next teams there. Here, yep, next teams to the changeover. Waiting for Kolmården and KV.
Yes, so 16 teams handed over at this point. I think there could be some untracked teams in this group as well. There's Kuve.
Yeah, there was Tullinge. This is Kolmården. Good speed here.
Yeah, very good speed. At the end of this unforked leg.
Is it Nydalen?
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe a team from Helsingin Suunnistajat.
Yeah, that looks like the green and blue of the Helsinki team. But Kolmorden there. Next to punch the finish.
Kolmorden still within top 20.
Yeah, very good.
This relay.
Nydalen there. As you said, there's Kuvi.
Second team for Helsingin
Yeah, that looks like
Suunnistajat, of course.
Alexander Kratov there for Kuvi. Tulinger, Snetchinger.
I think this was the group. There's one more runner coming here. Is it Tyrving? He's like his head torch all over the place, but not on his head. I think there's like the battery in one hand, then there's the head torch in the other one. It's quite a bad thing to have the battery in the hand actually, because it's taking influence on the compass. Been doing that mistake before. It's like it took a while until I noticed that, well, it's not pointing in the right direction anymore. You have to be careful with that.
No, so you have that compass on your back.
Back in the days, in the beginning of the GPS watches, when you had these big computers on your arm, then suddenly you started to notice that they actually are taking,
making sure the magnet doesn't work on the compass.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, the batteries now, most people have their little battery pack. If it's a big battery, they've got it in a battery pack kind of underneath their shirt, as you can see there, from the IFK Gothenburg team. And I guess that limits the interference. Okay, looking back then at leg number 8, Oscar Hagström, fastest there. And Nathan Marchand, next quickest. But look at that, a whole minute quicker than anyone else. Fantastic. Maybe making a big difference then on that leg 8, we will have to see.
Back at this TV control, the first control of the second to last leg in this TU Mila relay for the men, and we are waiting for a group of 5 with Tyrving, Göteborg-Majerna, Pan Kristianstad, Kåre and Linné's second team. They're gonna approach this control in about half a minute. See here at the changeover, they were 18 minutes behind. Yeah, it's about the same, I would say. A bit less, maybe.
Yeah, about the same.
About a minute less. Good speed here from this group.
Yeah, that's if they can get to the control.
Now they're a bit high up.
Yeah, a little bit.
Should be quite easy to drop down to the control. It's in a re-entrant, so small valley here. This is Tyrving. Kåre in his second team. I think all of the all of the 5 members of the group.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lined up here.
With Calvin Rusty, I think, bringing up the rear.
Not kind of. Is it? No, not
is it?
Linné's second team. It was.
Oh, okay, sorry,
further down the result list.
Oh, yeah, that's true. They're 25 minutes behind.
Yeah, they just started. That would have been a great start for Calvin Rusty if they showed up there already. And I think in about 5 minutes, we're gonna have the leading team to the next TV control. Still UK Linné. Behind there, we can see that NTNU every now and then going in a different route choice.
Yeah, trying to make some differences. Of course, they don't know where the forkings are. So trying to do their own orienteering.
Isak Jonsson for NTNUI. Next team to get to this first control here, Orion. Next teams actually, because there's Tampen and Pyrinto. They are together with Orion. Should be at this control in about 40-45 seconds if they don't miss it.
Yeah, we should start seeing the forest lit up with these head torches. Forest a lot quieter at this point as they head further away from the arena.
Orion was 21 minutes and 34 seconds behind. Yeah, they were a bit quicker as well. At half a minute, maybe.
Yeah, great job.
Yeah, 1.5 minutes.
So yeah, you mentioned it before. We're waiting at the next spot on this 9th leg of the men's
And actually,
relay.
Should. Do we have other runners out there?
No. So maybe the control is not where we thought it was going to be.
Here we have Ukulele.
Yeah, Ukulele in here. Looking very good. So the gap was about 45 seconds when we last looked, and I think it's definitely grown again. So maybe
about 2 minutes.
Cautious start and then back out and ready to go in this second part of the race.
We still have a big group there, all 5 teams together chasing Ukulele.
Okay, we can see some teams coming now.
Yeah, but actually one of the teams probably doing a mistake here. At least one of the teams.
Okay, well, let's see if we see them at this control and see what they do, because we think there is a potential mistake being made here. We've got 3-4 lights. I think we can see 4 lights into this point. That was
Helsingin Suunnistajat.
Then NTNUI, then yeah, then Storatuna.
Actually, I don't think it's a miss. He would. This here is Södertälje. They did a small mistake.
But does it look okay for the rest of the teams?
Obviously, not all of the teams had the same control just before here.
Yeah.
And one of the teams in the group, in our system, should have been at that control as well here, but he punched it in such a confident way that I really can't see that it's
Which team?
Ravinen.
Ravinen. Okay.
But he was too confident. It should.
Well, confidence can be misplaced.
Yeah.
As
I don't
we
know, but we had that before. I mean, Pantrihansa is still in the competition, and we had kind of the same situation. Actually, now you can see it's a little bit brighter.
Yeah, I mean,
But you start to see the contours in the picture. We haven't had that before.
That's true, but I mean, I think this is definitely showing up more on the picture than it is in real life.
It is.
It still feels really dark. It looks really, really dark out there. But the birds are tweeting. the birds are waking up.
There probably is a little bit more light out there.
Oh, there's definitely a little bit more light.
The birds can feel it.
I don't think the runners will be able to feel it yet. Okay, so the runner from Ravinen just keeps on going then. Did he go straight to the next control?
Oh, I think it was right what he did, actually.
Okay.
He would have done a double mistake, and I can't really see that.
No. No, because then your direction would have been very, very wrong. So here is earlier on leg number 9. This is control number 1. This is Caliphan Rasti.
This is Caliphan Rasti. No, actually, the group of 5 is a bit more spread out. Small mistake by Ravinen, placing them from one of the first positions in the group to one of the last ones. But I can also tell you that Södertälje is kind of back in the group as well. So 5 of them almost together now. Helsingin soon is not having great direction into the control, but well, now he's lucky that we have quite a spread out group here, because he sees the lights of the runners behind and follows them into the control. 8, so all of them punched it. I think because we don't have connection to Södertälje's GPS right now, but they've been in the group just before that control, so I'm quite confident that they took it.
Yeah, back at the first control then on this leg.
Should be Kove.
Yeah, good spot.
Kolmården.
Yeah, there we go. Should have tuning here, I think, as well. There's
Nydalen.
Nydalen. It's just so frantic in the forest. You can hear the intensity of these runners as they cross through the terrain. And here we can see then these routes. So on the way from 8 to 9.
This is the part where we have been on the long night crossing. And then actually it was quite quick to take this small path, Lyckabasse.
Yeah, you just avoid all those crags, like straight in the middle of the line.
Because this was a bit where the group, the chasing group, was with, I think Kinnaberg was getting quite much closer to the group in front. I can see that they're splitting up here, and Tianui and Stora Tuna kind of going to climb this hill. And Helsingin soon is Dayat, Ravinen and Södertälje going to the north of it. I think it would have been good to just go out to the path if you round that hill anyway.
Yeah, so looking even better for Linné.
At the same time, I mean, they are a group of 3 running together. Of course, you're a little bit faster if you're 3 compared to if you're 1 in the terrain. So it was definitely good for Basse. Maybe then they are quite quick going straight there as well.
Yep. Yeah, definitely advantage. But now Basse has to be really careful here on the direction. He just kind of corrects coming around that hill. I mean, you can use the open area here as well.
There's this small path coming.
problems there.
And I mean, the two groups here, they will come together again.
Yeah.
Stora Tuna and Ravinan, Södertälje, and Helsingin Suunnistajat.
So these teams have a 1 minute trail on the picture. And
they basically, they can see each other now again.
And actually Stora Tuna now trying to avoid the marsh, staying on the higher ground and maybe picking up those head torches from some of the other runners as well. So Antinui just sticking lower there, now alone. They won't be able to see the others further up on that hill. Let's take good direction into that control. This 9th control. But yeah, they should group back together again, I expect. The next point where we get a TV control will be just before the 10-kilometer mark. Last time we saw them was 5.7k. And yeah, they're back together again now. This chasing group of 5. So looking ahead, we can reveal some more of the map then. And look, just sticking very close to the line there for Linné. Picking up those 2 crags maybe on the way into the control. But you get that good runnability we kind of saw with the running cams earlier on this bare rock, which will be those yellow areas. And the gap, they reckon then about just less than 2 minutes there. With Helsingin Suunnistajat properly on the line, just correcting that line back towards the center of this leg. Okay, so back at the previous TV control. Control kind of number 5. We're looking for Malung and Denzel again. They're not running together at this point. So we'll see who's able to make it here first. Yeah, we can see just slightly more light in the forest. I don't think when you have that glare of the head torch that lights up the forest and, well, like sometimes blinds you with a reflection on the map, then the light in the sky is not going to be making much of an impact yet. And these are the 2 athletes here. It should be Denzel on the right and Malung's on the left. But both of them are slightly different routes up the hill, but both honing in on the control. No problems. So I think on the top left-hand corner, this is control number 11, and we wait with the running cam to pick them up on the top of the hill. So this is control number 11, you have the map flip back over to the original side. And there is the Frenchman. There is Luca Basset. Just done the map flip, now heading towards control number 12. You can see then just how runnable the tops of these hills are, where it's that open bare rock. And this next control could be quite tricky, because it involves crossing some marsh. Whoa. Now he's got to work hard to catch back up with the Frenchman. Still so much good effort from our camera runners here, as we are after 4 o'clock in the morning now. Their work just means we can see pictures like this and follow those leaders in this most remote part of these woodlands. So no problems there for Luca Basset on his way to the 12th control. And then this group here, we can just see, again, Södertälje just dropping off that group a little bit. But Topi Syrjalainen from Helsingin Synestheat leading this group. Still probably, it feels like they might be closing now on slightly, ever so slightly on the leader. It's very hard to tell though. But I think it is less than 2 minutes now. So Linné successfully at this next control. And now the groups split. And yeah, we can catch up with these runners. This is chasing group of 4. Topi Syrjalainen for Helsingin Synestheat, who looks like he's in a group with Södertälje and Entenui, with Ravinen and Storatuna going the different way. So a 3 and a 2. Some slow going marsh there. Can kind of hear the water sapping in the marsh. This is the fortunes, and you can see on the screen, fortunes of Helsingin Synestheat up and down those first few legs. And then just being where it matters here. We were in the lead. Isaac Jonsson for Entenui. You can see not the best of starts, then pulls up on legs 2, 3 and 4. Again, they had some troubles in around legs 5 and 6. Dropped back from the lead. And now, but still not Not mistakes, nothing very disastrous. So they can be still in that that kind of chasing group, that top 6. Ooh, and a mistake there from Södertälje, Nick Van. Going to the wrong control and correcting it. Will definitely have lost time there, and particularly lost the back of the group. So no problems there for Tenui, for Helsingin-Sunnestad, for OK Ravina, for Stora Tuna. Yeah, question marks whether they will be able to see the backs of the other runners. Certainly losing a little bit of time. And this could be a tricky control, the next ones, for these leading teams. We go back to control number 5. We've got a few teams on their way here. Kristianstad, GMOK, we've got Gokora and Herving all on their way up towards this one. This is like kind of the 5th control.
We've had Kristianstad, 18 minutes, 56 behind, waiting for GMOK. Here they are, just behind Kristianstad. I think they can see the back. You can see 2 teams coming from another direction here. It's Kåre and Tyrving.
You could almost hear there's the sigh of frustration as realizing this mistake here. This is Tyrving. But the mistake from both those runners there, there's Okokora and this is Linné as well, second team from Linné.
Actually, I think that we're now seeing quite a big mistake by Helsingin-Sunnestad. I'm quite sure they're going to lose the group now. We had NTNUI, Stora Tuna, Ravinen, Södertälje. They punched the controls. Södertälje is just a little bit behind still, about 25 seconds behind Ravinen and Stora Tuna. And Helsingin-Sunnestad still looking for their control. They're not very far away, but they are not being part of the group anymore when they punch it. And I think that the other teams are out of sight as well. So it's going to be a difficult situation now for Helsingin-Sunnestad at the 13th control. If they're very, very lucky, then they're going to be able to see Södertälje, and if yeah, and maybe Södertälje can see the others, but it's a critical point now for Helsingin-Sunnestad and Topi Syrjäläinen.
But I think we've got more runners approaching this 5th control.
Yeah, we are waiting for Tampere, Pyrintö and Orion. This is Tampere, Pyrintö. So the other team there in the background should be Orion. Probably. Looking around for the control. Didn't see Tampere put into a punch.
Yeah, as a relay runner, that's what you absolutely want to do. You want to punch,
Without the
control,
other one
and
seeing
move
you.
off without the other person seeing.
And actually,
I have been known to like look around out of the control, going, "Oh no, where is it?"
but I mean, they don't know if it's forked here or what happens, so it's just follow blindly. But he's not inside of the circle, even if it seems that he is very close to the camera here. And I mean, he's just continuing the direction. Now you can see that he starts to look around.
Continuing in the same direction now.
Because I think he can still spot the back of Tampere and Pirintö. And now heading into their direction. Well, this is gonna be quite a big mistake for Orion. Now he's heading back towards the camera, but still not really having control over the situation. Still looking around. That's not the right direction yet.
No, he's like on the right height, the right distance.
No, he's not on the right height anymore.
But not anymore, no, he was.
See that now Tampere and Pirintö is about 1.5 minutes away. And he's not running into the right direction. He's going
running away.
Backwards, where he came from, basically. Let me see here. Now he's at the control, but not at the right one.
Is that his control?
No. Or, I mean, we have seen mistakes in the system before.
That's true. I think that camera shot there was being quite generous as to the amount of light. This is a bit more realistic, I think, in here.
Back with the leaders here. 1 and 3. Is that hard to say? Here we have Orion. You can see it was about 3 minutes of a mistake.
Yeah, tough there, because he was really close to Tampere and Pirintö.
Very soon we're going to see Kalevan Rasti approaching this control 5.
Yes, that was Linné at the next TV control, by the way. He has passed that point, Luca Basse.
Yeah. Control 14. So now we're waiting for the chasing teams. And as I mentioned before, the chasing teams now formed into 2 groups. We have one with Stora Tuna, Ravinen and Tenui. There's a small gap down to Södertälje, and then another small gap down to Helsingin Suunnistajat.
There's Kalevan Rasti.
Yeah.
This is back at the 5th control.
So very soon I think we're gonna see Stora Tuna get to this TV control here. Here we have the lamps. Stora should be 3 teams coming.
Yeah, this is the 14th control. 1, 2.
And the gap before was 150. Now it's 125 and
It's
126.
Stora Tuna and OK Ravinen. So who are we waiting
there's another
for?
team.
And Tenui. Here he is. Number 9 on his back.
And the other 2 teams, they are losing time here and not gonna be here within half a minute. Yeah, maybe 20 seconds, 25. Not both of them. I expect Södertälje to be here first. seems much brighter at this place here.
Yeah, that's Cuvée through there in 17th. Yeah, I don't think it really is that bright. I think it's more like this.
So the Tally is doing a small mistake here. Doesn't know who to expect first. Yeah, it is
Italia.
But Helsingin Sunistad should be here any seconds.
Catching back up there.
I think he was talking to himself.
What did he say?
One more, but it's like, I don't know if he was talking to the camera operator. Why should he be talking to him? So I think he's talking to himself.
Yeah.
Might be some motivation going on there, cheering for himself.
Sometimes that is a technique people use as well.
Of course.
It also can be really distracting.
Especially for the ones around.
Yeah, it really can. And there's definitely some runners who sometimes I see in the forest, like basically like saying their whole plan out loud, which is quite annoying.
Yeah, and those two runners, they're not even speaking the same language.
Nope. So Netherlands and Kolmorden together there. I think you saw one of the runners like jettisoning the wrapper maybe of a gel, something like that. So still back here at control 5. Nearly 20 teams through this point. And we've had the first 6 teams through at control number 14. The 10K mark on this 13.7K leg.
Now actually we have a small mistake by Luca Bassi, overshooting control 16. Heading back, and the gap won't be big now compared to Stora Tuna, Ravinen and Antenui. I think he's gonna be just about 20 seconds ahead. It's in the green section, so the others, they might just not see him.
And they've been climbing up.
But they're gonna see him very soon, because when they climb up there, it's gonna be a semi-open area. Good visibility.
And they are making their way back now towards the arena. Still a good 3-4 Ks of orienteering left. And when you've been running at such a stupid time of the morning and this far and on this type of terrain that's very demanding and demanding navigation, then yeah, it's really not easy. So we're back at control number 5, 5.7K around this 13.7K course. Looks like there's quite a few runners approaching this point, this control number 5.
Not anyone with GPS device. So
okay, so we'll have to wait and see when they punch. Yeah, a few different trains of athletes maybe coming here. Here's the first one.
So the Turving.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Team. Florian Schneider.
Tulinger.
Tulinger, yes, indeed. Snättringa. And Helsingin Sunnistayat, second team.
Okay, so we can catch up with the teams now on their way to the 17th control. It was the 16th where we saw a mistake from Luca Basse and Linné, but I think still out of view from the others. It's now a 30-second trail you should see, so the gap between Linné and the rest of the group is now less than a minute.
But actually, I think the gap was less at that control when he punched it, control 16.
And I do think this chasing group felt like they'd been closing in on him anyway.
Now I actually think that we're going to see Halden, Turenmetz and Caveat, and IFK Göteborg's second team.
Yep, Halden here.
Some coughing going on. That's
maybe
the
swallowed a fly.
And here we have Göteborg.
Okay,
So
next
now we're
control.
waiting
This
at
is 17. Should approach from the other side. And then we see the gaps then. This is going to be very interesting.
It's going to be another minute, maybe a bit less, and then they are here.
There's definitely some lights coming through the forest.
And it's not only one light.
Yes, this is a good point, because Linné, we saw their gap was just over 30 seconds, but this is them. This is Luca Basse caught now.
It's quite distance there from where we've seen the lights first to the control. But yeah, we have now one group in the leads.
And how many
of
runners here? Four
runners, 4 teams. Linné, Stora Tuna, Ravinen and Tianui. And then I think we have to wait another minute for Helsingin Sunnistayat and Södertälje. Still Luca Basse in the lead, but it's only a gap of about 10 seconds.
Yeah, so Linné have been caught. Luca Basse is almost like going through different waves in this of energy or something in this run, because he lost a bit of time at the start, then pulled ahead again, and then lost more time here. Of course, there was that mistake at control 16. So now at 17, this is back at control 5. We keep going back to control 5 as we see more runners through.
Ikalisten, MS Parma, probably. Yeah, they're not in the competition anymore.
No.
So.
No.
Parentisvilde.
Yeah, it is, but I don't know whether they are.
But there's no other leg on this.
No.
Control.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it?
No, was it?
No. Are they out of the competition as well?
MS Parma are out, but they have punched and they're out. But I can't tell from the I can't tell about Tisvilde though.
Here we have Topi Syrjalainen in 5th position, 1:38, and next one here to come is Södertälje. Jesper Sjöblom.
Skjut mig.
I said, shoot me.
He's still just about in that group. It's quite good.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, he's been hanging just behind the group for such a long time, and he's not losing that much time here.
Denseln, this is back. Oh my gosh, I'm losing touch now where we are. I think this is 14. So we've got our TV controls at 5, 14, 17. And there's only 22 controls on the course. So not that much more orienteering to go. Back at control number 5. I can't believe now it's just about getting light enough that you're having some effect in the forest, but you kind of have to have a look and see the light that the head torches cast to get really a sense of what it is like in the forest. There's some good pink clouds as well, I have to say.
Oh yeah.
Very good pink clouds. Really vibrant, and it's great. It's a great sunrise. Sunrise is in 7 minutes, apparently.
So back with some GPS. See that probably for the first time on this leg, we're not seeing Collinet in the lead anymore. It's now NTN Nui ahead of Ravinen and Linné, and then Stora Tuna. You can see the tail a minute, so the gap down to Helsinki soon is now at about 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, and it's fairly straightforward. I think at least the entrance to this control, you're looking for the power line, you're looking for that bigger track where you have all those water points on.
I mean, at this point, you just take direction, and then you will head out to the street and relocate, or of course, you know more or less where you come out on the street, but it's not very difficult for those athletes here. And it's not very far to go on this second to last leg.
No, not at all. Soon see them at the arena. Back at control 14.
Here we are waiting for Malung to come here any seconds.
Daniel Hayek. So yeah, getting a bit closer back to the red line then.
And you can't really see how close we are to the arena here, but I mean, we all remember the power lines just for the finish.
Yep, exactly. So they are really very close now. If it gives you a clue, then you can see they're heading towards control 18 now, and there's only 22 controls. You can see by the time they get to control 20, there's not much further left to go. But again, I'd still say 16's in contention here. despite all the drama, Linné being caught, Halcyon Synesthesia being dropped, there's still 6 teams in contention.
Yeah, but it will be very difficult to close that gap because now we're gonna send out Albin Riedefeld. We're gonna send out Emil Svensk, Gustav Bergman, and NTNUI is gonna send out. Well, of course, I don't find them on my list here. We have it, Erik Langedal Breivik. So that's quite a good group here to go out in the lead. All of them have been winning World Cup races, right? Riedefeld,
Oh, this is not the type of question I
Svensk,
wanted.
Bergman,
4:48.
Langedal Breivik. I mean, Langedal Breivik definitely won
Yeah.
a few. Gustav Bergman did.
Yep.
Emil Svensk must have won a
Yep.
World Cup race. And Albin Riedefeld won
Yep.
the European Championship. So that was a World Cup race.
Yep.
There we have it.
Done.
Wasn't that hard, was it?
Yeah, it was.
Would have been more difficult
need
with
more sugar.
Olioja now.
Yeah, I don't think he has.
I
He's like
don't
one of you
think-
feel
yeah.
like you ought to have.
Yeah.
I don't know. I need more sugar to keep going.
Scroll back to control 14 for a short while. Next teams to approach this one are gonna be Pan Kristianstad, Tyrving, and Göteborg Majorna. Then there's actually a small gap down to Kåre, about 15 to 20 seconds. And I guess there will be at control 14 in about a minute. So here we have some drone shots over the finish area, and the runners are getting very close to the power line very soon at control 19. I think it's this group here.
Yeah, the 19
Possibly.
is just in the forest.
Up
then they'll-
there, I think it.
Oh,
It's very hard to say
so
with
hard to tell.
distance. Here we have the forbidden area.
So a little bit further up then.
Oh, I
Maybe
think
we catch
might-
them at this like a knoll coming out of the terrain.
But they have been changing direction already, so I think they are somewhere. I think it's just in there. All of them, all 4 of them are very close to each other. Could be up there, a bit higher up maybe. Don't think it's any one of those here. Here we have it.
Yeah, maybe it's this group here now. Yeah, moving quickly through here, now moving back kind of more towards the power line.
Of course, usually the GPS is lagging a little bit. So
It seems to be pretty good on this competition today, actually. But yeah, you're right. That we probably see them a little bit ahead. They've got to drop down in this small little re-entrant between the 2 crags. Lots of kind of trains coming through here, but of a mixture of different legs. And then they will emerge out into the field. I think you can see them there, about to break the line of the trees. Yeah, they're a fast-moving group. It must be this group here, just coming out of the trees now. But in what order?
Doesn't really matter because they're gonna send out really, really strong runners on the last leg now. We're gonna have to change over in just a short while. I think it's gonna be Ravinen in the lead. Then we have NTNUI there, very close to them. Ukulini and Stora Tuna. Here we have Ravinen. Axel Granqvist.
Yeah, great job from Axel Granqvist.
Yeah, great job. All of them. Isak Jonsson, second runner here. Then there is
Luca Bassi
and Henrik Johannesson. And they're gonna change all within approximately 10 seconds.
Yeah, so close here, but here is the leader. It's Oka Ravinen.
I know
leading.
someone who is enjoying this very much now.
Absolutely, Gustav Bergman will be so happy.
Finally, he is going to be able to show how good he is on the last leg in one of the big relays, not like half an hour behind or 15 minutes behind. Now he's starting from the very front for one of the first times, if not the first time.
I'm so used to reading like Instagram posts from Gustav Bergman, like kind of congratulating his team, but going, we didn't quite get it together, some disappointments, so next year, and this is his year.
This is his kind of competition. Now he can go for a big victory. And he doesn't, he lost the map, but he doesn't want to get that gap closed. He will be attacking from the very first meter.
Yeah, he really will. And this is that, yeah, he will just be so full of energy and excitement
Erik
because of that.
Langedal Breivik, Emil Svensk and Albin Riedefeld. It's the who is who of orienteering.
Oh my gosh, now you need to get excited. I mean, over the next 15Ks, they will battle it out and see who will win this Tiomila relay.
I can see Gustav Bergman is pushing very hard here in the beginning. So is Erik Langedal Breivik.
You can see he's like barely had time to fold up that map. He's just absolutely going for it.
It's really full speed by Gustav Bergman. I don't know, does he open sprints like this? Sprint competitions? It's a really high speed he has here in the beginning.
It's really high speed. Yeah, but so it is from the others as well. I'm not sure he's taking any distance.
You know, of course,
away
the others
from
want to close the gap, and we turn back focus here, camera view on the open field again, because now we have Helsingin Suunnistajat to approach the last control. Topi Syrjalainen, you can see on the watch, we very soon have 2 minutes. Will be a very tough job for Olli Oja now to get back here. And of course the same standing there for Tino Polsini. It's a bit of a different situation for him. We were talking about that before. He lost 13 minutes on the last leg last year, but then his focus was very much on sprint. That might have been quite much different this year. So I expect him to perform a little bit better at least. But the situation is quite difficult for Södertälje. And of course as well for Helsingin Suunnistajat. And we have heard Jesper Sjöblom on the course when he said shoot me. Actually he did a good performance here. He was hanging in the rope for quite a long time, but he didn't let go. Yes, it is 2:41, but he had to let them go already at control 5, I think.
Yeah.
Or somewhere there.
Yeah, he was kind of off the back like very early on, but has done a fantastic job handing over there.
He is the...
He should be
he
will be very tired, but I think he should be super satisfied with that as well. You can see the SNO coach on the bobble hat just giving him some words of encouragement and consolation, and yeah, fantastic stuff. Now we get to see some of our runners on the drone shots again as the sun has risen.
Yeah, now we're...
I was going to say it's actually just really cloudy.
yeah, and I don't see the sun
There's
at
not
all,
much
but
sun.
yeah.
You might see... No, I think it's due to be quite cloudy and quite
The sun has
cold
risen
today.
somewhere in the world.
Yeah. But yeah, these cloudy conditions will mean it's still going to take a while for the forest to properly get light.
Actually, I can give you a bit of information. I was talking about the teams approaching Control 14 earlier. We had Turving and GMOK and Kåre and Pan Kristianstad there, but now it's a clear gap between Turving, GMOK. Those two are together. Then it's 1 minute down to Kåre and Pan Kristianstad. And the next teams then expected to the changeover. Denzel and Malung, but I would say it's at least 5-6 minutes left until we'll see Denzel.
Yeah,
the
so
arena.
We've got Helsing and Sinistrat and Södertälje, Nick Van, and then we following those two out here, crossing over on this veld area, crossing over the big road.
And I can
into
give
the
you
terrain.
an update here from the last leg. Almost all of the teams are together, or they're basically together. Ukkolinea is just a few meters behind the three top teams. Still Ravinen in the driver's seat, and then NTNV Stora Tuna, and as I said before, a few meters behind Ukkolinea.
So Gustav Bergman, Erik Langedal Breivik, Alvin Riedefelt, Emil Svensk. Who's your money on?
I mean, this is Gustav Bergman's situation. He has been waiting for this one a long time. He's so good in this situation. He has been proving that in World Championships so many times. I would put my money on him.
Does he have the legs?
Well, yeah. Usually when he's complaining during the week that he doesn't feel that good, then he's just exploding in the important competition in the end. I think he has. I think he will force himself to have them.
I don't think, like, if this man was ever lacking motivation, which I'm not saying he is, like, he is absolutely not lacking motivation. He surely cannot lack motivation today, because he has really, really wanted to see the success of this team, and you know. And
it's his club.
Yeah.
He has been there running for them when they were far off the top positions, and kind of helped them to build it up.
Yeah, he's invested a lot of time in this club. He's not someone who...
I mean, time, I don't know how much time he invests, but at least he has been, I mean, he stayed at the club all the time when he had, I'm very sure he had good offers from other clubs around in Stockholm and around the world. So, yeah, it's something special to have the chance to win a big relay for your club.
Yeah. Well, well done to everybody who's
still awake,
and everyone who's actually managed to get some sleep in any of those sleeping bags under there. Freezing out on the hill. There's still a few people waving. Well done, whoever that is in the blue jacket, doing great job, still having some motivation. Yes, that's you. Yeah.
Is there someone alive, or is it just the nerves having some spasm or something?
No, they're definitely alive and loving the orienteering that they're seeing, as well as we have the leaders out on this 10th leg.
Of course, we're going to have the first TV control at the first control as we had on the 9th leg, because this one is forked to the 9th leg, so it's quite similar. But this is the last part of the course from leg 9, and we have Ukko Denson here all alone. You can see Malung is the next team chasing them, but it's at least 3-4 minutes between the two of them. So Denson, the next team to the changeover.
And as I spot OK Denson on the map, I can say they must be one of the local clubs.
Yeah, of course.
My geography, my Swedish geography is not that great, but their logo is on the map.
And there's Kolmården on the map
yeah,
as well.
well,
So
yeah,
that's
exactly.
not a hard guess.
And Finspångs, obviously.
Yeah, but
I haven't seen any teams from them. Even like looking.
I know that
first start.
Andreas Svensson decided to not start today. One of the strong women, Swedish women, because she grew up in Finspång.
Yep.
Not running
She
for the
knows
local
it too
hub
well.
anymore, but
Yep.
still.
Did she decide it would be too much of an unfair
Yeah,
advantage?
she said that she actually learned to orienteer in that forest, so
Yeah.
she's been spent many hours here. No problems here for Denson at control 19 and 20. So actually now just a few minutes away from the changeover. And switching back to the last leg, the runners, they should be approaching the first TV control very soon. Here they are. So we still have Gustav Bergman in the lead, just followed by Emil Svensson. There are a few meters in between, but it's just about 3-4 seconds and Tenui. And then Albin Riedefeld in fourth position. All four of them within 9 seconds. So when unforked, first control for these 4 leading teams. And we're gonna have to wait a bit to get Helsingin Suunnistajat and Södertälje to this control. Gap at the finish was 2.5 minutes. Could be a little bit more now. Here they are. Should be them. Could be from the leg before as well. Hard to see. There's an anti-NUE team. We're not waiting for them. Still about a minute to go for Södertälje and Helsingin Suunnistajat. Meanwhile, we actually had Denson at the changeover as the 7th team. 13 minutes behind. That means that they're 11 minutes or 12 and a half minutes. 10 and a half minutes behind Södertälje. So quite a big gap there from 6 to 7. That's still not a team or the teams we are waiting for. And on the watch, we have now 3 minutes, a bit more. So they are losing time here. Helsingin, Sunisdayat and Södertälje. Here they come. Only Oja now. And Tino Polsini. And interesting, if we look at Control 2, they are splitting up it again quite similar to what we have seen on leg 9. Ravinen together with Stora Tuna, a bit more to the left, and Antenui and Linné going more to the right. They're heading towards the forking. So quite expected that they would split up here. And we're not really waiting for someone at Control 1 on the last leg right now. So these are the 7 teams that have been at the changeover. And the fastest man on leg 9, Axel Granqvist. But very soon we're going to have the next team to the changeover. Malung is approaching that last control in position 8. Really spread out now, this competition, at least behind the 4 leaders, or let's say the 6 leaders. Here we have Malung, Daniel Hayek on the way to the changeover. But you can see there the gap, almost 17 minutes. Or more than 17 minutes. And if we switch focus again back to the leading teams, see that, well, they're gonna be ending up together again at Control 3, I guess.
Men jag tippar mot att det är några nervösa lagledare där ute just nu. Ja, vi kan höra direkt med Kjell Almgren, lagledare i Ravinen. Nervös? Såklart. Så vore väl annars? Ja, det är ett fantastiskt läge, men det är klart att det är jättenervöst.
If you look at the changeover, the next teams to get to the arena, Göteborg-Majarna and Tyrving. It's going to be some kind of Swiss competition on the last leg, then between the two of them with a very clear favorite though. There's gonna be
Matthias Kiberts
against Sebastian Inderst. For Gemuco, of course, Sebastian Inderst competing for Italy internationally, but grew up in Switzerland. Now it's going to be interesting in the lead because there has been a forking at control 2 and 3. And right now it is advantage NTNUI. Just ahead of a few seconds ahead of Linné, Stura Tuna, and actually in 4th position right now, Ravinen. But it's a bit tricky to say because they come from a forking. But definitely different route choices now to control 4. Quite sure we're going to see a recap later on from what happened from control 1.
Yeah, there's opportunity to avoid some green then here on the way to control number 4. This is quite, in some ways, quite a similar course to the long night. In some ways, not the end.
It's quite a similar course to the 9th leg.
Yeah.
Which isn't too surprising because many of the forkings are between 9 and 10. And here we get this recap. We remember all 4 teams more or less running out together.
Yeah, really high speed from all of these teams.
Now we can see that also the teams behind, the chasing teams, Helsingin, Sunistayat and Södertälje on the way. Not big of a surprise that they don't split up here. Not too much, at least. Some micro route choices differently chosen by NTNUI. Erik Langedal Breivik running quite actively in the beginning. Yeah, no problems at all towards this first control. More interesting than after this first control to control 2, because then gonna have a forking. I might just let them run out of the picture.
No.
So you can see here they're splitting up.
Yep, Ravinen in a different way, straight.
Stura Tuna and Ravinen, they go to the left, they have the B control. The other 2 teams heading towards the A control. I mean, you can see there are no mistakes here, so I think no bigger time losses. The difference is just mostly due to the different forkings, then different approaches here. Stura Tuna going to the left, all the other ones to the right. And of course the teams with a small advantage here. They had a small disadvantage at the second control. And here, that's what I was talking about. NTNUI going all the way down to the lake. All the other teams stay up in the slope. Getting into a bit more dense area, but of course they can avoid to take that climb again up to control 4.
Yeah, so NTNUI still has to climb there, but really it's not a very long distance from the path to the control there, so this could be a very good choice from Erik Langedal Breivik.
It's not making the control more difficult if you come from the lake.
Nope.
You have this small tower there. So here we have to change then. Gemuco sending out Sebastian Inderst, and you can see Matthias Kiberts waiting there.
Yeah, got his hand aloft, ready to catch his runner in.
It's going to be very hard for Orienteering to reach their goal, to beat their personal best, their club best at Tiomila. I think they would need a 5th position.
Yeah, they would need a 5th position.
It's almost impossible if we look at this picture here. Even Matthias Kiberts in great shape. Can't really close that gap here.
No, not when we've got 6 teams in the picture here and he's still yet to start the actual leg. No.
But very interesting now, this 4th control.
So even before the route choice here, Nui had a great exit out of control A, and obviously just, you know, had that kind of control come up first as well, and then could go very down, in very good direction, very nicely down towards the lake.
Very equal here, I guess.
Yeah, now he has to climb. But it's not too steep. The others have to go through a little bit of green. Well, they all have to go through a little bit of green. And then we should have them very shortly at the next...
yeah, it's the control 5. It's the control we have seen for ages in the picture.
Yeah, we kept
almost
coming
seen
back to
every
it, right?
team approaching this one.
Yeah.
So here we are... Where are we? Is it control 4? I think we have a running cam or a cam here at control 4. So this... No. Like 10 to point. No, that's the first control.
1.
It's just a totally different direction. We have...
And the fact that it's light now.
This is Denzel.
Yeah, no head torch anymore.
That was not the direction we had all the others coming from. I did a mistake there, just before the control. About half a minute, I'd say. But back at control 4, now definitely in the lead. Nui, there about half a minute to go, and now the other teams are there. A little bit depending on what forking option you have at control 5. It's the next control. We're gonna have the TV control or the one after. So for a few of them, it's the next control. A few of the other ones, they have a control in between.
Nui in a little party camp there. They had all their little chairs all set up. The beers were out.
And I mean, it looks good for Nui.
Very good.
You can see it here. This is the forking option to 5.
Yeah, so obviously some went straight to 5 and some had that extra control, the C control. Which is why obviously we had them coming from different directions. And Citatelia was on their way to like D5, C6, and then had to kind of curve back round to C5. So losing time there.
Now we can see that they're splitting up here. Linné staying on this semi-open area.
Yeah, that is Riedefeld. Maybe wanting to just drop slightly less or take a good route up to the
I think
green.
he
it's hard to tell.
Probably wants to avoid to climb the whole hill. He'll be rounding it, I don't know, or then he thinks that he's quicker on the path and then the open area down to the street. But you can also see that Ravin and Stora Tuna heading a bit to the left. I don't know, will they go? No, they go up in the slope there as well, straight up.
It's still very early days in this relay, really, on this fourth and
well, not in the relay, leg. But in the last leg.
Yeah, yeah. And if you started this relay at, like, you know, 4:50 or whatever at time they started this relay, I mean, you try and get some sleep, and then you're back up at what, like 1, 2 in the morning to try and get some food on board, ready for the run.
Yeah, I think you try to eat 3 hours before you run. So if you start now at 5, then you go up 2.
Yeah.
Try to eat. It's not a very nice night for this. I mean, you could think it's the best leg to get because it's the last one. It's in the morning, but actually you have to go up in the middle of the night. There's no chance that you get some good sleep before You're obviously not sleeping very much after it either, because then it's daylight. Has probably been a bit better before when they finished a bit later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to run the final leg. So this is the 5th control then. We're looking into the forest, seeing who we can spot first.
Will be NTN Nui. He should be
here
here
he
very
is.
soon. Erik Langedal Breivik. And that looks really good, because now the tail is almost up on 1 minute.
Yeah, he's managed to have that great route choice from 3 to 4, dropping down super
And
quick.
no
And
hesitation
now
here at all.
he's just having a great time out by himself. And yeah, some runners, I guess, run a little bit freer when they're by themselves. And, you know, there are fewer distractions. You can just get on with it and trust in your own orienteering. And it's what Erik Langedal Breivik is doing very, very well. He'll be, of course, take a lot of feedback from this towards the World Cups. First round of the World Cup in Idefjell. Then we'll go to the World Championships in Finland. So there is that forest focus for this whole elite competition. Maybe gives the whole race a little bit of a different feel to it compared to like last year. Everyone had that sprint focus. So these guys will be full on in forest mode right now.
And here we have the next teams coming, Ravinen and Stora Tuna. And the gap about a minute, as I said before. And here we have Ukolini as well.
Yep, Album Nidefeld.
Different forking for Riedefeld to compare to all the other teams. Just lost about 10 seconds compared to Ravinen and Stora Tuna. But now, of course, it's quite tough to close a 10 seconds gap if you're chasing Gustav Bergman and Emil Svensk.
But he's making it look so easy.
And actually, I have to
just
say
covering the
that now he has to take another control, and the others, they can go straight to control 7.
Yeah,
you
here
can see it here.
He has D control, so it will drop back even further, going that extra distance. And yeah, round about that 1 minute mark then from Entinui to Stora Tuna and OK Ravinen. And again, I think back to Entinui, just making some mistakes. It's not been like when they were in it's a very different style relay compared to 2 years ago when they won, which is basically it was one big group that just gradually got smaller and smaller and smaller as people made mistakes. This has been very different with people changing in the lead, people making mistakes, kind of coming back.
But I mean, they were able to avoid this very big mistake. They did small mistakes. They dropped out of the leading group, but they dropped maybe a minute or half a minute behind, and then we had a lot of changes on these short legs in the night. And there they performed pretty good. And now, I mean, those last legs here, very, very well executed. Oh, you can see that Linnea approximately half a minute behind Stora Tuna and Ravinen. And the gap between NTNUI and Ravinen Stora Tuna still on those 58 seconds approximately.
Centenary going very around here, avoiding this
climb.
These crags here. Looks pretty
You can also see that it's quite stony there, just below the cracks. Quite smooth to get through where he is now. Almost no climbing. Of course, now he has to change direction. There's a little bit more of distance. turning north now. I mean, you could have been running to the north of that hill as well from the beginning. It's not exactly the same leg as we had on 9th, where Massive was using the small track.
So back at control 5, looking for Helsing and Sinistriat, and
You can
for
see the
Satilia.
gap now.
Big
It's
one.
more than 5 minutes. It's been growing from 2.5 at the start.
Yeah, looking for Oli Ojenho.
And Tino Pulsini.
Yep. I can see 2 figures there in the background. I think that is both of them. Now disappeared behind some of the trees. Here he is. In fact, it is Tino Pulsini to get to that control just ahead of Oli Ojenho, but Oli Ojenho nice and direct out of the control itself. Yeah, Oli Ojenho hasn't had the best time in relays over the last couple of years. What was the Finnish relay where he hit his shoulder or his arm? That was a significant injury that took him out for quite a while.
You can see Antenui approaching control 8, the gap down to Stura Tuna and Ravinan. Still about that minute we had at control 5.
Yeah, it's about the same, isn't it, compared to what we had before on these different route choices.
Looks like very, very nice orienteering here on this loop.
Yeah, it's the contrast of some areas super, super detailed. You've got those crags, and you have the sections of flatter terrain as well, the marshes, with there's few features to kind of read on, so you really have to use your compass. We've got about 15 minutes until the chasing start for the women. See lots of the women warming up. There's some of the start officials in their fluorescent jackets, ready with bits of paper in their hands, I think ready to set off the start. In fact, that's just going to go from a little tent just in front of our commentary box. So they're going to get all the runners lined up in order. And of course, a lot of these helpers will be very, very used to doing this kind of thing. The chasing start on the last day of the O-Ringen is masterful in its execution. It's so clever how they do it and make sure everybody goes off in the right order. It's really, really strong.
Now we are following Erik Langedal Breivik on the way to, well, now it's control 10. I think he has punched at control 9. Yes, he has. Looks very, very solid.
Try and follow him a little bit longer.
You can see how beautiful it is out in the terrain here. We have some very distinct features on the way.
And you can see he does still have a head torch, but maybe using that more to read the map than for anything else. And when it gets a little bit darker there, because you can see it's not really making much of an impact on the actual ground. There we go, into the control, knows exactly where it's going to be. In, straight out again, in control, always has a plan for the next part of the leg. Very good,
So the
very
teams
impressive.
behind can say it's still exactly this minute. We had already at control 5, so they're not losing any more time. It was this route choice out from control 4 to 5 and maybe a bit of the forking before that gave Antenui and Erik Langedal Breivik this advantage. He's really, really good in defending it, maintaining it here to control 10 and 11.
There we go, we can see Gustav Bergman and Emil Svensk through. These two, of course, teammates often in the Swedish national team. Now, sworn enemies for this 90 minutes. No, they know each other very well, lots of experience in both of their legs. They are exactly the people you want on this final leg. But it is Gustav Bergman still in the lead here.
And interesting would be to know if he's aware of the fact that there is a runner in front of them or not.
Yes, I was wondering the same thing, because I think that Erik Langendal-Breivik did a fairly good job of just kind of slipping away fairly unnoticed.
Yeah, and I mean, he
got
went on a
such a bigger
different
gap.
route choice. And
Yeah.
even if they saw him exiting control 4, they still don't know if his route choice was better or not, because they never saw him at control 5 or 6 or anywhere after.
But I don't think we will not be able to tell, because they won't run it any differently. I mean, these guys are far too experienced to know that they keep on going and they keep on racing the same way, whether they're racing for first and second or whether they're racing for second and third. They know that every place is really important and anything can happen on a relay.
And now I think we are waiting at control 11, maybe, probably.
Yeah, looks like it could be that. Number 11 is on a crag, so that's a crag.
It's quite open beside the control.
Yep.
If it's not something behind, but I don't think we had any more.
Yeah, here we go,
Control,
coming
yeah.
over the hill here. This looks like the leading team. Antenui, green team there. Here he comes. Just taking those small glimpses at the map. Oh, he's just so good through the control. It's like it's not even there. Sometimes you don't see them as like separate legs. It's just all like one continuous flow. There's different ways, different coaches kind of put this, I think.
And at the last TV control, we had a gap of 58 seconds down to Ravinen, 59 seconds compared to Stora Tuna, 108. Was the gap between Antenui and Ukolinia.
Here they are now. Let's have a look at the gap. It is less than a minute now. 50 seconds. With Gustav Bergman trying to push on here.
Let's see how big the gap is compared to Albin Riedefeld.
I feel like Emil Svensk looking over his shoulder there.
Here is Riedefeld.
Yep. He is just following them into the control there. That's why you can see there why Emil Svensk's having a cheeky look behind to see where, again, another member of the Swedish national team is. And the gap is 23 seconds. Okay, another trip across the marsh then for these runners in towards control number 12. And obviously we add Helsingin Sinnestajat, Södertälje, Nick Van back on the
but now there's a gap between Helsingin Sinnestajat and Södertälje. So
yeah, they were together at control 5, weren't they? In fact, Södertälje was just ahead.
Yeah, now the gap is a minute. It's dropping behind Olli Oja now. Tino Palsini somewhere between 5 and 8. You can also see that the Linné going a bit further to the east, trying to avoid too much running in the marsh.
This is where you do that island hopping
Yeah.
between the different islands in the marsh, as it were. I think the chasers, Ravina and Storatuna, a little bit more direct on this one, maybe catching up another second or two. Again, looks like it's Gustav Bergman who's kind of pushing that one forwards. Just loves to go straight. Looks like it's a bit of a straight at all costs approach here from the man from Stockholm.
But another very good entrance to the control, to control 12 by Erik Langedal Breivik. He really doesn't give the other ones a chance to win back any seconds by technical mistakes.
No, I think we're back at control 5 here. Who are we looking at for next?
Control 5.
Yeah.
Let me see. We are waiting for Denzel. They should be here in a minute, approximately.
I think this is a runner from a previous leg.
Most probably leg 9.
Yeah. They also went up in this section. Looks like Espen Sinter.
Them. Looks like August Millén.
Yeah, it does indeed. Nice direct route into this control.
I think it's gonna last another 2 minutes until we're gonna see Malung approaching this control.
They were about 4 minutes apart, I think, the gap between those two teams, as they've been around a lot of the relay together.
And this point here, we're waiting for Helsingin Sunistajat. Here is Olli Oja now. Punching right there, 5 minutes and 44 seconds behind. Didn't lose any more time. It was exactly that gap before at control 5. So he's going strong here as well in this middle section.
And if you can hear some popping sound, it's because we have got a little bit of rain.
Is it?
Yeah, a little bit. Certainly here at the arena. You can see it on the glass of the windows on our commentary box. And I think that's being picked up out in the forest as well. It's not heavy at all. It's really actually very little. You can't see many umbrellas or anything going up in the crowd, but that's the noise you can hear.
Yeah, if you can hear that noise.
Yeah, we can hear it in our headsets quite prominently. We've got about 5 minutes until the chasing start for the women.
Yeah, and a small mistake here by Malung at the control just before this one in the picture, but he should be here in about half a minute, 40 seconds.
But this is the 11th control, and as you can see, we've had Helsingin Sunistajat through that point, but
That's
not
right.
Södertälje.
So Södertälje should be here within, let's say, 20 seconds.
Yeah, we should see him
Just
really,
come
really
over
soon.
the
Timo
hill.
Bolsini.
There he is. Could see him here. We have Malung back in the picture doing
Yeah,
a
it's
mistake
like control
even to control 5. He missed a little bit to control 4 already.
There he
Mats
is,
Peter
Max Peter
Beimer.
Beimer, who's actually transferred from
FK
FK Göteborg to Malung.
There we had Tino Polsini back with Max Peter Beimer. Could see him swearing as well, just before the control. 2 consecutive mistakes at control 5 for him, and then control 6, this one, TV control. But now it's, next team to approach is going to be Tyrving, but this is going to take another 4 minutes. So we are back at control 11 then. But I don't know who we are waiting for
we've
here.
had Södertälje Nick Van through, but we just haven't
we have seen him
yeah.
before. But now we're gonna wait for about 10 minutes.
Gap. Anything happening with the next
Actually,
chasers?
it is. Ravinen and Stora Tuna don't have a perfect direction out from the control, I would say.
I would agree with you, very much so.
Emil Svensk now turning towards the control.
Yeah, this is.
But
could be
even if they're
pretty
not
bad.
gonna miss the control itself, maybe they're gonna lose about 20 seconds. But just running a little bit too far to the northwest. I mean, they try to avoid some bits of the marsh, but you could keep closer to the line and then still not having to go through it that much. We'll go back and see a bit of the GPS very soon, because as I said, no one to expect this control. Opens up a little bit for Alvin Riedefeld to maybe get back together with Stora Tuna and Ravinen. I mean, they're not gonna miss the control itself, but I think they lost about 10 to 15 seconds on that one.
Yeah, well, they were getting closer to that minute behind Antinui, and now they're way out of that. It's
1.5 minutes.
At least a minute and a half behind now.
And I think there's a good chance for Riedefeld to maybe spot the back for a few seconds. I mean, there's another forking coming, but still.
Yeah, so we have the restart then of this women's race, and favourites, IFK Gothenburg starting out first there.
And second, is it?
Yeah, it was first and second after the second leg of the women's race.
It's very, very tight between second and third, I think. It's a few hours back, so I'm not 100% sure on that.
So yeah, IFK Gothenburg won. It'll be Malin Eggevik Christiansen to lead them out. And
there
then,
she goes.
Yeah, fab work there. Then second, it will be Clara Axelsson. She will go out 1 minute and 22 seconds, though, after her teammate. So it'll be quite a wait now for Clara Axelsson. Then you can see Nidalens waiting there as well. So obviously this day leg is not forked, no gaffles here, so they can pick up any of those maps on the table as they run out of the start. We have one of the arena speaker there just about to set everybody off. So Clara Axelsson, the next to go.
I can give you a short update from the men's relay. Last leg, NTNUE punched control 16. They're forking, no problems at all. Now heading towards 17. Behind, we have Ravinen and Stora Tuna. They're heading towards their forking. There will be still about a bit more than a minute behind, and Linnea actually not in contact with Ravina Nesturatuna.
So a couple of runners there. Tenelea, we saw Marika Taney running as well. She is a very, very strong runner in that group. So 4 off together with AFK Gothenburg out in the front. Here is Megan Mitchell waiting there for Halden. Got married this summer, just after the season, and now Megan Mitchell as opposed to Megan Carter-Davies. I have already given her the wrong name in the UK already
I would
this year.
never beat back the name Carter-Davies. It sounds very good in my ear.
It's cool. But
Yeah.
and then Megan Mitchell also works quite nicely as well. So here she goes for Halden. And then we have Linnea as well. That looks like Pia Ljungvik, I think.
Yes, it was. Linnea. Looks like Helsingin Suunnistajat.
Yeah, next you can see the screens there as they kind of show the right order for the next runners, and they run out here. So
It's not
Megan
the Atunda
Carter-Davies
runner in focus, it's the girls, actually.
yeah. So Megan Carter-Davies and Pia Ljungvik out together.
It's a
A little
strong
bit of a
group.
gap now. So Helsing Sunnestad and then Laden Sunnestad and Espen Sunter and IKHP there, and then IFK Göteborg 3 will be the next one to go, but they've got about a minute to wait now, and then there's actually a really big group coming here all together. So Halden to Malung, so Kai and Tenui, Tamprin Perinto second team, Fermtisvilda, okay, Pan Kristianstad, Rasi Usit, like loads and loads of teams all together. So it'll be a minute, less than a minute to wait now, and then we've got lots of teams together. You can see these helpers are just getting ready to hand the runners like loads and loads of maps, as there's a big group here going up all together. Next up,
And
in this third leg.
just a short heads up here from the men's relay. I think we're going to see next TV control in about 2.5 minutes. So hope we will switch back then for the men's relay, because there's not that much of the competition left.
There's Halden and Isabel Toledo, it looks like. Lots of runners together grabbing all of their maps, including off the ground. There is
Van Dongen.
yeah,
Westervik.
Westerviks. And there is Teresa Janashikova, Teresa Rotorier.
Here we have
Some
Ashwin
confusion
Kakaita.
As I told you, it was a big group there.
Yeah, very big group. Next team, MS Parma out. Well, Norska, Switzerland. Ukravinan with a Helena Bergman on this one. Very, very good shape for her. Had a great performance in the Swedish League competition just a few days ago. In the middle distance, former world champion. Now kind of a second spring for her. Really, really good shape this year for Helena Bergman. Definitely a runner to look out for. But now I think we are switching back to the men's relay. We are most probably waiting at control. Yeah, we're definitely waiting at control 17. And we are definitely waiting for NTNUI and Erik Langedal Breivik. He should be here within a minute.
Yeah, we'll switch back our attention to the men's race here to see the final few controls on this 10th and final leg, and then we will catch up with a lot of the women's long day leg as it is, and be able to see, kind of have a little overview of that once that is done. But you can see this whole bar at the bottom of our screen gradually moving towards the right-hand side, and it means we are nearly at the end of the all 10 legs of this relay.
Here is Erik Langedal Breivik, now in daylight, approaching control 17 and the gap down to Stora Tuna and Ravinen, I would say still around 1.5 minutes.
He has just not really put a foot wrong here at all on this last stage of the relay.
Doesn't give the others a chance to get back. The gap between Stora Tuna and Linnea is quite exactly a minute, I'd say.
And he's far too experienced a runner to kind of not know how to pace a race like this, or
Erik Langedal Breivik, I think all of them.
All of them, exactly. I don't think some of the less experienced runners you'd see like mistakes coming in towards the end, but I think all of these guys, they really know how to pace it and how to run the long game here.
But I mean, we still have. Actually, we don't have so many really tricky controls left. We have the 19th control, where Luca Basse did a mistake. It was basically just him missing on that. And now very soon we are gonna see Ravinen and Stora Tuna to get to this control. It's a matter of seconds.
Yeah, let's see what the gap is.
It's 1.5 minutes here. And here we have Gustav Bergman and Emil Svensk.
So Gustav Bergman still the more offensive of the two athletes, still in the lead. But yeah, 1:37, 1:41. And unless Erik Langedal Breivik does a mistake, I can't see them catching him at all.
Yeah, and especially for Ukulele, time is running out. I mean, not so many controls left. More than 2 minutes behind the leader. There are 3 teams in between them and the victory. That doesn't look too good.
Team from Ludinger on one of the previous legs.
Should be there quite soon. Albin Riedefeld should be approaching the control from slightly different direction, I guess. Should come more from the right. There
There he
is.
is.
2:50 now, almost 3 minutes.
Yeah, nobody running with head torches anymore, even though there's a little touch of rain. It's not too bad. It's full daylight now.
So this is the replay. We are now going to see control 15 and onwards.
This is his
This is
mistake,
when I
look at
said
this.
that they went a little bit far to the west here.
And then Emil Svensk kind of realized
it's
it a little bit sooner, possibly.
not a very big mistake, but they definitely lost about 20-25 seconds.
I was going to say, this is when they dropped from a minute down to a minute and a half down, I think.
And here I actually thought that Albin Riedefeld might be able to catch one of the back, but of course he had further control at control 16. So see Olli Oja now entering the picture there and leaving it at the same time again. And then I mean, all of them on exactly the same route here. There's basically no route choice. Just one way to go. It's all about the execution. It's some micro route choices by Coligny. And then the next one is the one we just seen. TV control at 17. Slightly different routes up on the hill. Compare Ravinen and Stora Tuna. Then a forking, but they seem to have the same option here. A chasing group. And no problems for Antenui at 19, the one that Luca Bassi missed.
Yeah, just coming up the hill through that green.
I'm not sure if the chasing group is doing a mistake right now. Would be nice to get that on GPS.
Yes, at control 19,
Ah,
they've
but
managed to correct
now they have
They've
right
managed to
direction.
see it, yeah.
It's about 10 seconds they lost. They can't afford to put so many 10 seconds mistake on that course anymore. Because
Definitely not if they want to win. How close is Linné behind? Are they in
more than a
danger?
minute
They're not
still.
in danger really yet of losing that second, third spot.
No, they're not in danger at all. And actually, I have a hard time seeing where he should lose that 1.5 minutes gap.
Well, you never quite know. You can see then Storatuno and Ravinen, that small curve into control 19. That's where they lost some time. And then surely I think they will head out to the track as well. Well, you can't go through the pond, so yes. So 1 minute tail shows it's well over a minute, nearly 2 between first and then second and third, and then another minute back to fourth.
They actually didn't head out towards the street there. It's surprising, Ravinen and Storatuno.
I think they will then try and cut the corner next, surely.
Yeah, they do, but they could have been heading towards that junction from the beginning.
Yeah, they're spending too much time in the forest or in the feld area.
We're back at control 17, next team to approach. Helsingin Suunnistajat, he should be there. Olli Ojanau within half a minute, maybe.
So yeah, this is 17. Lots of coaches out in front of us watching the start, the chasing start. Is everybody through that? No, still lots of people queuing up, ready to go on this next start.
Here we have Olli Ojanau.
So 2/3 the way around that 15K course. We waited another control then.
Now we're waiting at 20. And we are waiting for Entianui. It's gonna take a minute, approximately. Maybe a bit less.
Yeah, you can see our camera runner just positioned himself, you know, where we'll be able to see the runners in the shot, running towards the camera. And we could, well, just spend some time running with Erik Langedal Breivik in the lead on the 10th and final leg. Can we hear him?
We were not at control 20. Where are we here? I think we're waiting at control 21, and it's another. If you're
It's
waiting
ages
at,
away.
it's like 3 minutes, 4 minutes away. So I think we're gonna wait for a while
Okay,
here.
that's cool. Get comfy, people.
false
Have
alert here.
have some more sugar or coffee or something. There should be a can up there somewhere. But no problems there for the leader. Still no problems.
No, but it's definitely 2 minutes and more now between NTNUI and Ravinan. We have Södertälje to approach control 17 in just a few seconds.
This is the winning Garland.
She's already
here.
waiting.
Already waiting.
But she will be waiting even longer than we
Yeah,
are waiting for him at control 21.
And she looks really cold.
Yeah, now we're
as
back
well.
here. It's going to be another 2 minutes.
Yeah.
But we had Södertälje at control 17. And the gap there, 10 minutes 32. So he's about 3 minutes behind Helsingin Suunnistajat. Still quite a very safe 6th position.
We're like searching through the terrain, trying to find this next runner, find the first runner, and it's going to be ages. But look, a very expectant NTNUI team. They're going to take they're on for their 2nd win in 3 years. Very, very impressive, and not many changes compared to last year's team, but I think a lot of this group are going to graduate after the next year. They'll move on to other clubs.
Usually,
so
I mean, this is student club, so
yeah,
when
they have
graduate,
a high turnover. Yeah, they'll go
then
to a
they
different
move
club.
away.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously it's a club that has a lot of high turnover. You don't have time to build talent, but then you have that talented bunch of athletes
But at the same
choosing
time,
to
I
go
mean, they
there
get
for orienteering
best
as well.
talents of the country often into their club, so
Yeah,
it's still a good position for them.
very good position. If they have a good group of kind of young athletes then, and they do some good training together, there's a good team environment. You can see that just by how many of them there are and how many teams they bring, and all the kind of fun stuff that they do, like stupid haircuts and shots in front of the camera that we saw earlier. It's looking very good. They shouldn't have a too tough a time attracting some more university students.
Now I think we can start to expect
Thank
Erik
you.
Langedal Breivik at control 21, if we are at control 21. No, we are definitely at control 21.
So we're starting looking out for him now. Maybe we can hear
very
him
soon
first.
He should show up here.
Okay, really, really soon.
We're a little bit behind the hill, so we'll see him on the last meters only. Approaching this
Yep,
control.
here he is.
Here he is.
Hey, look at all the cheers then from the team as he punches there.
And I mean, the gap now, I would say 2.5 minutes even.
It's just growing. He's done a fantastic job here. This is exactly what you want here on this last leg. And I was about to say the party can start. I think the guys have been partying already.
Did they ever stop partying
No.
from yesterday?
No, I don't think so. But the music is going as well, and yeah.
Oh, there, I can see what you meant with the haircut now.
And some of the members of the first team, I think, want to make their way towards the last control as well to kind of join in and welcome their runner back. There's still 3 more controls left, but only really like kind of 1.5 controls worth of orienteering left.
And we have the 1 minute now since the punch of Erik Langedal Breivik. We are waiting for Ravinan and we are waiting for Stura Tuna. It's control 21 of 24 of this very last leg of the men's relay at 2025's Tiomila. And I would say Erik Langedal Breivik has about 6 minutes to go to the finish. And he is about a bit more than 2 minutes ahead of his biggest rivals, Ravinen and Stora Tuna. And, well, 2 minutes on 6 minutes running, he has to do a mistake.
Yeah,
definitely.
Absolutely, and it would have to be quite a bad one as well for him to drop all that time. It could still happen though. It's a relay. Anything can happen. But not the trickiest controls. Like still to go. There's quite a nice, lot of track network leading you into the next one.
I think we can start talking about the fight for the second position here between
I think we can.
Ravinen and Stora Tuna,
because
and
still not through here. Now 2 minutes on from Mentenui coming through, punching this control. We still can't find them.
Yeah, but very soon they're going to be in the picture. Here we have Gustav Bergman just in front of Emil Svensk.
As it has been every single time we see this pair, it's the red and blue of OK Ravinen ahead of the yellow and black of Stora Tuna. But who do you back on a sprint finish?
Oh, I don't know, but I know that Emil Svensk is good in preparing a last bit. He has not been very active here, but we have seen, but probably preparing just the finish. At the same time, that's also kind of the special thing of Gustav Bergman.
Gustav Bergman can do that really well as well.
It's going to be an interesting one.
But it's quite a long run in across the fields. Then it's who do you back with the legs ban? I would say probably Emil Svensk.
Before we get Ukko-Linné to 21, I think we're gonna get Mentenui to 22, and I can see that there is a running cam waiting for him there, so probably get pictures from him approaching the third to last control. And yes, from 22 it's only one control in the forest left, and it's a rather easy one, but 2 or 2.5 minutes running from there. So it's very, very close now for the students team from Trondheim in Norway.
Yeah, we can pick him up here as well in the top left-hand corner on his way into the 22nd control. Climbing up the hill shortly.
And then
control just the other side.
Into a small re-entrance. Here is the control, so no problems. There's only one orienteering control left, and there's no chance that he's gonna miss that one by 2 minutes. I don't think I even can kind of trigger the commentator's curse here by saying that.
No,
because it's far too close to the open area in order to miss it by 2 minutes. I mean,
yeah,
he could basically,
2.5
he could be starting walking from here and still making to the finish.
I think so. This is Linné. Albin Wiedefelt into 4th place. Just been gradually dropping back, now 4.5 minutes down. So I'm sure we're going to switch very shortly and focus on the leaders. As Wiedefelt in 4th place again. The 2nd and 3rd teams are going to have to do something really bad for him to be able to catch up into be in that top 3. Linné with a big amount of pressure really on their shoulders for this this relay. They on paper had the best team, an improvement on last year, and yeah, good form supposedly as well.
We're gonna catch Mentenui. I don't think it's him.
Yeah, well, it's a
Still
green,
in the
so
forest.
Is it? It's a GPS tracking.
But then we're quite far behind. Is that really the right jersey?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and this is the right place, crossing by the stream, coming through here.
Definitely.
Yeah, we've absolutely got him through here.
Either way, no chance for any teams to even get close. He is the first one to get to the last control. He has been in the lead more or less for the whole last leg. We have been talking a lot about Gustav Bergman and Emil Svensk, but in the end, it's the rising star from last year, second half of the season last year, the European champion in the middle distance and the winner of the World Cup race in the very end of the season. Now also the strongest here in this relay on the last leg, and we can't say that he had small names around him, really. Must have been one of the best groups out together on the last leg in the history of Team Mila.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the team there are waiting for him to join them to take another victory here.
Yeah,
the second victory in 3 years, punching the control there. And they will do the run-in all together, the other members of the team cheering them on. And they've got loads of time to celebrate now. Good 2-minute gap then here. Celebrations there as they come into the arena, grabbing the garlands. And this team from the Trondheim University in Norway will take another win. In fact, the whole club just going to come up the running all together. What a great photo that will be for NTNUI.
Yeah, and I think we can name the members of the team. Nils Tveiti on the first leg, Albin Varveli in the second leg, Sigurd Paulsen, Vie, Mats Eidsmo, Oskar Edvardsson, Vegard Guldbrandsen, Anders Westöl, Sander Arntzen, Isak Jonsson, and then the big star on the last leg, bringing home the relay for NTNUI, Eirik Langedal Breivik.
And again, he just looks a little bit shocked. Like, we're very used to seeing him just looking a little bit shocked there, but and kind of overwhelmed by all this support here from the club and from the teammates. But yeah, it's really, again, like 2 years ago, it's the whole team that's put that together. And there's been some mistakes, you know, some kind of 30 seconds, 1 minute mistake, but nothing bigger than that, and that is the key.
But let's switch focus now, because it's the fight for the second position. It's a fight between Stura Tuna and Ravinen, and I think for the first time in this relay, I can spot the GPS dot of Stura Tuna just beside the one of Ravinen.
Rather than right behind or right next to.
But you can see both of them a bit nervous into the control.
Oh, yeah.
Now approaching 23. They should be here very soon.
Forest very soon. We're looking for the red and blue of OK Ravinen, and we're looking for the yellow and black of Stora Tuna, who
should
will
be here actually
come
already.
out of the forest soon.
Oh,
here
they are, and it looks like
Svensk.
a clear thing for Emil Svensk.
Yeah, he is working hard then here. He's flown out of this forest, and he is ahead of Gustav Bergman. And I think this is it. This is it. Round up. I think Gustav Bergman will try his absolute hardest, but this is a gap that is too big to make back up now. And Emil Svensk is working super hard. The defending champions from last year will end up in second, exactly the same team. And Emil Svensk has just sat behind Gustav Bergman the whole way around, pretty much. And then just attacking on this long run in towards this last control and to the finish. So we're going to have a second and third place teams in here very close together. They're almost going to be in the same camera shot. But look at that, Emil Svensk just attacking at this very last stage where Gustav Bergman was giving it so much energy around the rest of the course. And Emil Svensk will lead Stora Tuna into a silver medal position.
And that's going to be a tough one to digest for Gustav Bergman. I think he was longing for that moment when he can run out on a big relay in the lead. He did his very best. I mean, he was very active throughout the competition, but today, I mean, there was just one guy, or yeah, in fact, two guys, too strong. Eirik Langedal Breivik just running in his own class, and Emil Svensk very strong on the last meters.
But it's nice to have still the OK Ravinen team, and actually I think Gustav will be disappointed with his own performance, but I'm sure we'll congratulate the performance of the rest of the team, because that was class from everybody else. not quite the grins and the smiles of Entenui, but still, they should be, I think, will be happy with the top 3. Here is Okeline, who said they said beforehand they wanted to win this relay, and they went out. Albin Rudefeld went out in a position where he was in that leading group. And this is the last control in the forest here, dropping down now towards the next part, out onto the fields, and this will be a 4th place then for Linné. Albin Rudefeld on this anchor leg. You can catch him on the drone shot. He's already going past the trees. Here he is, crossing over the path. But he lost kind of contact fairly early on this last leg. And then, yeah, it's really hard to kind of make anything back.
Even if he would have been in the fight at one of the last controls, it seems that he didn't really have the day to be able to physically follow the others in the terrain. So I think, well, I mean, what should he do? He did his best. He actually didn't do any bigger mistakes, so I think he won't be, or I think he will be realistic about this and see that, okay, 4th position today, if I run out in that kind of group, then, well, then someone has to be the 4th one today. It was me.
Yeah, and obviously we still don't know whether, like, Emil Svensk and Gustav Bergman knew they were in 2nd or 3rd, or whether they thought they were in the leading position as well. So obviously they were, you know, there's a lot at stake wherever they wanted to kind of beat the other one, of course. Still wanted the best position they could possibly have at the finish. But yeah, like Stora Tuna and Kuruvinen still losing time at the end. Entenui, Erik Lankadal, Breivik just quicker over pretty much every part of the course. And Albin Rudefeld in towards the finish line here, jogging in these last stages to applause from the crowd. People have definitely woken back up now to welcome these runners back in towards the finish, because of the men's finishing here and the women starting as well. Means we've got a lot more kind of coaches and other team members here in the arena. So we take our drone back out onto the track and we find Olli Ojanaho. He has been pre-warned, so to Tina Polsini, but here he is. He's looking behind him. Are there any other runners coming? Olli Ojanaho, the Finnish international, probably the best Finnish all-round athlete at the moment. Will have big eyes set on the World Championships. Again, keeps looking round as he's followed by our running camera, as you can see on the drone shots. But this will be 5th place for Helsingin Sinnestajat. Again, one of our big favorites. So none of our big names really, having a shocker, I'd say. And just this last few meters, couple of 100 meters, for Olli Ojanaho. So no sprint finish there for Husking and Stayat into the 5th place, equaling their result from last year. So 4th place there. I think he's looking up to the big screen to find out the gaps, to see what happens. But that is into 5th place. Next, we're looking for Södertälje. Tino Polsini has been pre-warned. And actually, he should be coming out of the forest very soon, actually.
Should be here very soon, indeed. Should be coming here somewhere out of the forests. And
Through the
one
trees,
there
yeah, I
is.
think you can see him there. So Tino Polsini.
It's a really good competition by Södertälje, whole team. I mean, if you look at the teams in front of them, I would not have guessed that they're so close to all of them on beforehand. And after Södertälje, it's gonna be a big gap down to the next teams. It's Denzel against Malung then in the fight for 6th position. It's gonna take another 10 minutes, I would say, maybe somewhere around 8 to 10 minutes. And then the next one is Tyrving, chasing also about 3 or 4 minutes behind Malung and Denzel. And then Kalevan Rasti, Tampere, Pyrintö, and Göteborg-Majerna. Göteborg-Majerna just 1 minute ahead of quite a group of 3 with Pan Kristianstad, Kåre and KV. But then we are already back at control 17, so they have quite some distance to go.
Where are we waiting? 21 again?
21, and we are waiting for Denzel and Malung.
These two teams who
Yeah, they have
just
been
paired
together. Yeah.
They've split up over the last couple of legs and then they've come back together again.
Yeah, exactly. But they have been apart for about 5 minutes, I think, or like 5 minutes apart.
Yeah,
now
yeah.
They're very close to each other again. Remember the mistake of Max Peter Beimer just before control 5, and at control 5, running from Malung. Now about 20 seconds behind Denson and August Molén. It has been 40 seconds before. So very similar in the speed here. But both of them probably, especially Denson, I'm not sure if he has the perfect direction to the control. Ironically, he might be saved by Malung.
Yeah, Max Petterbema and August Malin. Again, two very good runners, two Swedish national team runners. They'll know each other very, very well. And they're... No.
And actually, now Malung is passing Denson.
Yeah.
So I expect Max Petterbema to show up at this control ahead of Denson, because Denson...
Here he is.
Yeah, is actually doing a mistake right now.
And going away from the control
Yeah.
still. They presumably won't have seen each other. Well, maybe Max Petterbema saw August Malin.
And I think if August Malin doesn't get control over the situation, he has to be careful in order to not be caught by Tyrving. Just before, I mean, there are a few controls to go. So we're still waiting for Denson. Is now back on track again, running towards the control. Should be here very soon. You can see that he lost more than a minute now. It's more than a minute behind Malungs. And he was in front by about half a minute just before the control, so about 2 minutes of mistake here by August Malin. And not so far to go from here. I think it will be tough for him to get back in the group with Malung. We're still waiting at this control 21. Next team to get here is Tyrving. Gonna have to wait another 2 minutes though. Maybe 1.5. We switched control. It's hard to say where we are right now. Are we on the women's course?
Yeah, I think we might be.
So that's quite a tough switch here from the men's to the women's course in that case, but probably could be control 11 in the women's course. In that case, we need to wait for about 1.5 minutes to see the first runner. I don't think it's any of the men's controls. So in case we are waiting for the women's, then we should see the first runner very soon, which I think I can.
Yeah, I've switched my maps now.
It should be blue and white, and there should be stripes on the running jersey.
And it should be a first team. I think that's all the clues you need to
Yeah.
know to find out who it's going to be.
To find out that we are waiting for Malin Agrevik Christiansen.
Yeah, Danish international runner. Here she
Tells
comes.
you as well that she had a good race so far, because she's still in the lead at this 11th control, quite far into this long day leg.
And
Bit more
she
than
is
halfway.
alone as well.
And her lead, I'd say, is about 2 minutes. In front of the second team still. Very sure that we're gonna see a recap soon of what's happened on this long day so far.
Yes, so 11 controls to this point. And yeah, lots of places gained and lost, definitely, already. And kind of groups forming. I remember back to last year when it's the first time you had this women's long day leg that was unforked and after the restart. And we had some groups kind of forming, but then some athletes really choosing not to be in the group and wanting to go their own way and really losing time as a result. So I wonder here, will people just choose to stick in a group and stay with that? It's, obviously, it's different because it's light compared to the men's, but what do you think?
Yeah, but many of the teams learned from that experience last time, I think. Well, it depends on what kind of runner you are, but we have seen own initiatives of runners that shouldn't take and go on their own last year, and I don't think that will happen again. I think the coaches will be very much more clear about what their role is and tell them what to do and not to do.
So 6 teams in at the finish on the men's course. This will be the 7th. It is Malung and Max Peter Bämer, transfer from IFK Göteborg this last season, and is going to have done a pretty good job to overtake Denzel on this last section. He gets some nods of cheering across the line. It's a happy grimace there from Max Peter Bämer in his new club colours, and he's going to go into 7th position at the finish. Punching the finish there, great work.
And now we have the group, the chasing group, the first one coming to this 11th control. It contains of IFK Göteborg's second team, Kalevan, Rasti, Tampere, Pyrintu, OK Linné and Nydalen.
Yeah, and this is Marika Taney leading
as
this
well,
group.
not having a GPS device, at least not one that's working.
Megan Mitchell there, and Megan not taking the drink, most of the others choosing to do so on this long race here, and she goes into the lead. And so 6 teams there in the next chasers. So back to leg 3 then. 3 of 6 on the women's leg, the long day.
This is August Molén on the last meters. We have seen the fight between Denzel and Malung for a few hours now.
We have.
And it was decided by Malung in their favor. They ended up in... they're not here on the list. I don't know why.
No, some of them have taken a little bit longer time to group up. There we go, into 8th place.
Yeah, it seems to be a problem of the graphics.
Yeah, I think so. Very happy with that. And now we have another chasing group here. So we had Malin Egervik Christiansen, then a 2-minute gap. Then we had 6 runners, and then this is Hannah Lundberg leading the next group, and she is being so active in here. Everyone else looking, well, it's maybe not fair immediately to say everyone else hanging on, but certainly Hannah Lundberg looking at her map the most there.
Västervik, NTNUI, Sunta Jyväskylä,
Paimenrasti,
Kristianstad,
Järla,
Rasti Karhut, isn't it? Panorus, Göingarna, Malungs, Farum Tisville, Mora, probably, Helsingin Sunistajat.
And now we're up to 23 teams. So 17 runners in that group with Hannah Lundberg leading. So how it stands then, we've got 23 runners through. We have Malin Egve Christiansen in the lead for IFK Gothenburg. Then we have about a 2-minute gap, and then we have 6 runners in that group. It was Marika Taney who led them into that control, and then it was another 2-minute gap back to the next 17 runners. So yeah, quite a lot of teams still in contention. Of course, this is only the 3rd leg on this women's relay, 3rd leg of 6. And you can see this one is really, really long, this one. It is the longest leg by far, 12.6 kilometers, 90 minutes, 375 meters of climb. And yeah, that is, it is the biggie, really the biggie, where we have the next 4, 5 and 6 will be 35, 49 and 53-minute winning times. That's what they suggest. Another gap now. We've got another team from Halden, Tampere Pyrinta as well.
In the light blue.
Yeah.
Ösline Kutkaite, Tampere Pyrinta, and probably Angel Ankuri.
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh, Eksjö it is. Eva-Lina Ojenau. And here we have Tyrving on the way to the finish.
Yeah, Mattis Kiberts, you can see, started with a head torch there. And yeah, it's just saluting the crowd there. Happy to be back orienteering.
Mostly the club mates, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now he's putting in some extra effort.
And he is going to be inside the top 10 as well. I think he'll have overtaken maybe Calvin Rasti. Mika Kimmel is having a great last leg for Calvin Rasti.
He went up 1 position here.
Yeah, he definitely has. But that's overtaking Gothenburg Minor, or like definitely pulling up a lot of time on them. So
yeah, but Mika Kimmel is very close now. Only a minute behind. He had a great run.
Now he is saluting the crowd then here at the finish for Tyrving into 9th place. So top 10, they wanted to try and get a club record of 5th. Not quite that for the team, but still inside the top 10. Hopefully they will be satisfied mostly with their runs.
And actually behind there, and now next teams, Calvin Rasti and then Tampere and Pyrinta. And then behind, it's an interesting fight because Giamuka has been 1 minute ahead of a group of 3 for a long time, and it's going to be interesting to see if he can save this gap all the way to the finish. But this is the recap.
Okay, we have a recap then. This is how
the last leg. You can see that Linnea went on a quite good route to this first control, closing the gap and kind of joining the group, the chasing group. But you can also see that, I mean, Malin Agrevik Christiansen is all alone there in front. And I mean, they don't get really much closer here.
Mika Kimmel coming into the finish there, just in the picture.
So now they had in this northern part a bit more tricky technical one. No hesitation there for IFK Göteborg. As you can see the teams there behind. It's a bit of a pity that we can't really say where Ukurenen is. What we can say is that Gemuko is running together with Stura Tuna here in the beginning. She lost the GPS device, or it's not working anymore, but it worked in the beginning. A longer leg to control 5. You can see still Malin Aglevik Christiansen and his chasing group.
Yeah, this is the solidifying of this group of 17 now, just solidifying there on their way to control number 5, actually, I think.
Mm. I mean,
Actually, then you have Victisa a little bit further back in that,
yeah,
like,
then
that
we had
6
the
minutes
mistake
behind group.
of this group with Westervik into the 5th controls, and now we have really clear chasing groups, clear packs. But you can see that they have, I mean, almost exactly the same speed there. All 3 of the teams, all 3 of the groups. Mistake by Esponsunta. And now, at this point here, Iktisa is falling off the pack. Srini Kutkaite is not able to follow the group with Hanna Lundberg. And at control 11 there, we had the TV control.
There's Fabian Abersold finishing there, taking off his shirt, saluting to his teammate who he lost earlier this year. The whole team in tribute to Pascal Bux.
Their different route choices. Different packs. I think very, very strong still.
Yeah, we are now live with the tracking. Yeah, if you commit to going between those 2 ponds, then 2 little lakes, then yeah, I guess you're going to end up with the route. Looks a bit like, looks a lot like that.
Esponsunta is going on a quite far way around.
Extreme,
yeah,
really.
I think so too.
Yeah, a bit extreme when you've got lots of smaller tracks you can kind of use.
I mean, this is, she's going to lose time there.
Yeah. So
she's in between. She has no one around her. She's just behind the group with Tisa, and she's in front of Marie Olausen. But in between, there's 1.5 minutes up and 1.5 minutes to the next team behind.
Yeah, and you can see she made a few like other small errors on this, like section 6, 7, 8 as well. So yeah, just not having the best time, I think, being alone in the forest.
Now I think we are waiting for Malin Aglevik Christiansen at control 12. She should be here very, very soon.
Here she comes.
There she is.
Just keeping it very controlled. Skipping through the terrain there. Might have heard that little horn sound. That is the wave start for the next round of runners. So behind the leader then, Malin Aglevik Christiansen. And last count, she had about a 2-minute lead on the rest of the field. And out of 12, heading towards some roads. You have to go one of 2 ways around a lake. So this one looks a good one to me. You have a lot more track running on this option. Okay, so coming up to the 2-minute mark now. Looking out for the next group of athletes. It was Marika Taney leading the next group. Might they be approaching from a different direction? Yes, we can see them here. And it looks like Megan Mitchell there in the Halden colours, followed by Pia Youngvik from Linné. Then, oh, hang on, am I saying Linné? Now I'm confused about which everyone's running to and everyone's running for. I think it's Calvin Rusty as well. No, that is the Linné team. Then we have
Calvin Rusty, Nydalen, Tampere Pirintö, EK Göteborgs second team.
Yep.
Clara Axelsson.
So that's 6 still together, and it looks like Megan Mitchell leading them out.
It's a good group. I think it's both Megan Mitchell, then of course you have Pia Youngvik, Marika Taney in this group as well. And still they're not getting closer.
No.
Or not significantly.
And Megan Mitchell last year was on the last leg and just kind of lost out in a sprint finish at the end. Lost the second place to Simone Abersold last year. So maybe she will be pleased to, and be relieved to not be having the sprint finish responsibilities this time. And ooh, now they're going to split up, I think. Now they split. We have Pia Youngvik, we have Nydalens, we have Tampere Pirintö, all going one way. And the others going a different way. No, don't think they did. I think they went the other way around the car, I think, then they come back together again.
There's no other way from
but
where
they
they
look
are
like
right
they
now.
were heading to the right. They look like they were about to, but no, they all still close together.
Well, if someone was heading to the right, that would be a mistake, definitely.
Yeah,
we can count the runners here. I think it's 5 in front of the camera. 4 or 5. Should be 6 in the group.
1, 2, 3. We don't.
It's 6.
Yeah,
6. All of them here.
All together. And there's no, you know, it's no communicating going on in this group. Everyone just super quiet, of course, as you would have mostly on the men's race as well. But moving together, you've just got the sound of other people's footsteps on this track. And of course, they're taking a different route choice.
And interesting now
compared
because
to the leaders.
Yeah, exactly, and that's going to be different. Interesting how this will pay off either way.
So now down to 5-minute gap then to this group, led by Hannah Lundberg. I think we've had a few, yeah, we've definitely had a few people drop off the back of this group because it was 23 runners at that point. And now this is the route choices then from controls 12 to 13. And obviously, Malin Eva Christiansen from
I think it's a good option. She can go through there. Of course, she has to take a few left and right, quite distinct, but she gets a good way through the area there.
Yeah, and this group here not managing to stay like with those faster runners. This is the 23 through there, so that's split into 2 groups. And you can see that the more world-class athletes are like in that 3rd group now, with this and with these athletes in the 4th group.
here we have them again on this long route to control 13. You can see that Malin Agervik Christiansen is gonna get a good bit here on pass and streets. And the others, they cut the corner there through the terrain. The gap was... I have to scroll up here. 2.5 minutes at control 12. It's a bit too early yet to say which way this will go.
This is the...
And you can see that the group now is... It's a long group. Megan Mitchell really setting the pace there.
Yeah, they've hit the terrain and the group has just spread. Iktisa.
And I mean here, I've been mentioning that before, Iktisa, I mean, obviously it was kind of a risk to put Australian Kutkaiti on this leg here because physically, well, she's not on the level as Megan Mitchell. So you could have chosen to put, for example, Alexandra Hornick on this one, and then have Australian Kutkaiti on the second to last, and Sandra Grossberg on the last one. Would have they? I mean, if she would have gone through here, Australian Kutkaiti, well, that would have been great. But I think the risk was just very big that she wouldn't be able to follow the others.
Yeah, absolutely. This group then climbing up the hill now. You can see both groups' kind of tails moving very slowly as they climb up the hills.
And now we start to get into this, I mean, now we are quite a few minutes into this competition. Now it starts to be physically demanding, and now we're going to see the difference between the world-class runners and maybe the runners with high class, but not really on world-class level. So I think that's why we can see here, if the moment Megan Mitchell is setting the pace or is pushing a bit harder, you see that the group is getting longer and longer, and you can see that actually not really in contention anymore with Megan.
Yeah, they've been running for nearly, at least the leader's been running for nearly 70 minutes. So it's where you start getting that difference between those like kind of old long distance winning time and the new matched long distance winning time. This one, the 12.5Ks, I think it is a 90-minute winning time, although they're actually quite close towards the finish. So there's only 18 controls here. They are going almost in a straight line back towards the finish.
We can see Marie Olausen for Stura Tuna.
Yeah, pushing this group
they
here.
are far behind. It's 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And she's not really getting closer to the leaders. Or to the leader.
10 minutes.
We have two teams from Göteborg Mayen as well, Tisera.
And if you're in a group with Maria Olausen, like a group like this,
I mean,
maybe not expecting
here.
I mean, you try and stay on with her as long as you can, or do you just can't and then risk like really blowing up at the end, or do you just try?
Really, many of the girls here in this group have been following her for a long time, so they show good physical abilities. They have been doing a few mistakes every now and then. They didn't go perfectly through the terrain. But yeah, those girls, I mean, Göteborg Mayen, for example, I know they started at almost exactly the same time.
Yeah.
I don't think she was ahead of Maria Olausen at any point throughout that competition. Many of the girls in the group there, I'm quite sure they did the same. So yeah, keep in there as long as you can, but let her go before you hit the wall.
Yeah. And it is less crucial staying with the group compared to in the night, just because you have that visibility. You can see the orienteering is a lot easier. So yeah, it is a bit of a difference. So this is control 14. We can see IFK Gothenburg on their way to 13 now.
It's the same
Quite
control we had as one of the pre-warnings in the men's race. Here we've been waiting for a while. For the leading groups, it's gonna be about a minute until we have EFK Göteborg here. And then it's gonna be interesting to see if this gap to 28 it was at control 12, if it's growing.
Yeah, will this route choice have been decisive or not?
And can we really see this increased pace by Megan Mitchell here?
Well, they are. There is the group there in the top left-hand corner. We're still behind Clara Axelsson. So it looks like she is again in the back of this group, taking a few different lines through some of these extraction lanes with the brushings on the ground.
Here we have at least an IFK Göteborg shirt. Was it Kasper
No.
Fosser, I think?
Oh yeah, I think it might have been. Yeah, they were allowed to restart the competition at a later point, but they have been disqualified, that team.
Now it's a matter of seconds until we're gonna see the leading team on the third leg in the women's relay, just after the restart here. At the 14th control, we are close to the finish of this long day leg, and we are waiting for Malin Agrevik Christiansson.
Here
She's
she
been
comes.
leading all the way. She's doing that perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely not put a foot wrong yet. And we will just wait and see then what the gap is. It was 2:28. Looking very good.
I don't think it's 2:28 anymore, but it's still around 2 minutes.
Here is the group. Back again, this chasing group, 6 athletes then from second to
Here they
7th
are
place.
at the control
Just trying
before.
to see where, there's 4 I can see in the picture here. And there's a few others a little bit further away.
Yeah,
Yes, I
there's
can
Hal.
see one. So where's the oh, I think Marika Taney there. Someone's punching this control here.
Yeah,
But someone missed it though
all
as
of them
well.
need to have this control.
Someone missed it.
There are 2. I don't think Tampere Pirinso has punched. Definitely Nydalen has not punched the control.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm pretty sure we didn't
See.
see somebody punching that
Yeah,
controller.
a few of them will head back again. And
well, they
otherwise we
should
got
do.
the long night kind of flashback.
Yeah. You're just taking your eye off the ball and then losing. That's
Not everyone has
disqualification.
had that control. You can see Nydalen is hesitating. They have to turn back. There was another team as well, wasn't it?
No, I think it was just one, but I'm not sure. Have they turned back now?
They have at least stopped. Now they're turning back.
Lägg märke till hallens bom när de hoppar över i kontroll.
And I think actually the camera operator just named, did you notice the mistake by Halden when they were just jumping over a control?
Lägg märke till halden hur de hoppar över i kontroll.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's what he said. So I don't
Yeah.
think Megan Mitchell was there. That was my feeling as well, that there was another team as well, not
She
being
was
at this one.
quite far ahead though.
Hör du mig?
He is very persistent in it. Reminded the producer now 3 times that Halden was not punching that control 13. Nydalen has punched the control now. On the way, but it's gonna take about a minute.
Det var ett annat lag.
Now he says it was not Halden, it was another team, so he was
Okay.
probably referring to Nydalen then.
Yeah. Whew.
But the thing is that we didn't really see Halden in the picture, so it's hard for us
But
to
she
say.
came from the right-hand side, I think.
Yeah, she was a bit too far ahead in order to see it clearly, at least.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I was trying to pick out. I couldn't even really tell it was a Halden shirt. It's the second year now Megan's competing for Halden after transferring from Raimenrik Menti in Finland. So crashing over the power lines. Here is Nidalen. So that's the mistake. A minute and a half.
1.5 minutes, yeah.
Yep, from just jumping over that previous control, control 13.
And very, very soon we're gonna have Malin Agrevik Christiansen at the pre-warning. She's just about to punch at control 15, control 16, then out on the power line, and then it's just straight in to the finish, basically.
I mean, one thing that changes with the women's relay is not just having the night legs, it's also having legs at stupid times. Like this one, this leg starting at 5:45 in the morning.
Yeah, they always had the privilege to not have to go
Yeah,
up
exactly.
early.
But if you don't,
But
you
I
know, some of the men's teams, if they've run this relay, you know, 10 times, they have that experience of just having to run at a stupid time.
Big difference I can spot is that much more people here in the arena early in the morning, because it's not. I mean, before it was often that the women's team, if you have been running the day before, you don't show up very early in the morning. Now most of the women will start early in the morning, so they are here anyway. This is the next group.
They've caught up, actually, I think. They're now 5 minutes behind. I think they've caught up. Oh, no, they were 4 minutes behind. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
about
dropped another
4
minute.
minutes behind. Now it's 5. Down to position 14. Must have lost a few teams here, because there are many more in this group.
Yeah, this group has split now. There's 14, and then the next back to 23 are in their own group.
Rasti Karhut,
Yeah.
Paimien Rasti, Helsingin Sunistajat, but they don't have a good direction out from control 13.
Okay, wait for the next runners through here.
Not sure how long we'll stay at this control, because very, very soon we're gonna have the changeover of this third leg. Malin Agrevik Christiansen is just about to punch control 17, the second to last control. And then from there it's only about half a minute to the last control. So in about a minute she will show up there.
Yes, we can wait at the finish. Here
This
she
is
is.
the second to last control.
Yep. This is number 17. Then back out to the field to the last control. Looking very, very good. Again, still looking fast. She starts maybe looking a little up, but there's nobody anywhere close to her. She will take a small track through the forest, then drop back down towards the last control itself. The big orienteering control, which is basically a shed. Here it is, this little building, and clearly in the lead. So leading the whole way around this long day leg, mission complete for Malin Agrevik Christiansen. She has just stayed in that lead that was obtained by Sara Hagström. Sara, I think, has moved into the commentary box next door to us to join the Swedish commentators, so she will be cheering on her teammate here as she comes into the finish. Job done, absolutely solid there on this long day. Punching the finish
it was
now.
a bit better than solid.
Yeah,
it was very, very good.
Solid. It was fantastic. Did we see her make any mistakes?
Yeah, and I mean, she was running all alone for 90 minutes approximately. That's very, very, very good. And you have all these girls behind. Of course, they were a little bit faster, but they are in a group, and that's a difference.
Yeah, she's actually run only 80 minutes. Because it's so quick.
So
I think the day legs for the men's and the women's, they have really underestimated how quickly they will run. And this is the next group then. We've got Halden, we've got Calvin Rasti, we've got Linné there, that's Pia Ljungvik, just
and
trying to get in and ahead of Megan Mitchell. Yeah, Tampere Purinto, also a great run then here. So this is the end of this third leg, this long day leg. And we have Pia Ljungvik for Linné, followed by Megan Mitchell for Halden. Then we have Marika Taney from Calvin Rasti, also done a fantastic job here. Then Venla Talavori for Tampere Purinto. And then we should have a couple of other runners, Clara Axelsson coming up next. So it is going to be Linné in
and
second
the gap
place.
now only 1 minute and 19 seconds, so it's not that 2.5 minutes anymore, it's just 1.5. It's a bit what I was talking about towards the end when you have
Megan Mitchell raising the pace.
Yeah,
I think.
exactly, then you get closer and closer. I think it was good for Malin Agervik Christiansen that it actually wasn't 90 minutes.
And it'll be good for, like, this is one of the first
it's good
international...
for Clara Axelsson that it wasn't longer either.
It's good for some of these non-Scandinavian runners to come and kind of test their form amongst really great competition as well.
You mean Megan Mitchell?
Yeah, I mean Megan Mitchell. Well, she dominated at our Easter weekend races, so aside from the sprint, she dominated in the forest, so she's going to want to know what her form is like compared to the others. Applauding in the other teams there. This is Tenelia.
She did that mistake.
But she spotted it.
Yeah, she spotted it. She was expecting the control, so that's the difference to what we have seen Joshua Dudley do for IFK Göteborg on the long night in the men's race, where he actually didn't really expect the control to come, otherwise it's hard to explain why he didn't punch it. She expected the control, she didn't see that the others went and punched it, but then at one point she just thought it can't be, we have done too much of distance, I have to go back. She noticed, I mean, she lost minutes, but she didn't lose the race here. They're still within 4 minutes-ish, 3 minutes, a bit more, 3.5.
And then just a minute or so's time, we'll have our next group of about 7 runners from 8th back to 13th. But Nederland's here punching, getting the beep, dropping the map, and picking up the new map from the boards.
One thing is quite clear as well, Stora Tuna will have a very, very tough time to get back. It didn't really work out to get back here with Marie Lausen. She did an okay job, but she did too many mistakes on the way, couldn't really close that gap. Then she was a bit unlucky that there is a group with Hanna Lundberg just in front of her, collecting many of the other teams here on the way.
Yes, so we've got Hanna Lundberg from Reinen, we've got Amanda Klein from Södertälje, Nick Van, we've got Ifan Dongen from Västervik, we've got Anu Tuomisto from Entenui, Henrietta Rajankowski from IKHP, Teresa Otorie from Suntia Veskala, Cecilia Friberg-Klusner from Pan Aarhus, and that is the 7 runners coming through here, but it is like Södertälje, Nick Van, and we've got Ifan Dongen going in ahead of Hanna Lundberg.
Actually quite interesting, because I thought that Cecilia Friberg-Klusner would be... She was always on the end of the tail, and kind of on the edge to let them go, but she was there for a long time now, and she's still in the group.
She's still essentially in this group. There they go, punching the controls here. There's Cynthia Veskala with Therese Rotorier, the Czech international. There's Cecilia Fiber-Klusner, Danish runner for Pan Aarhus, the Danish club. And doing the exchange now. So that is all the teams back to 14th. So 7, I think, runners coming in that group. And actually, I think Aoife van Dongen's done the best exchange there. She's going to actually do the handover in the lead. There's Therese Rotorier. Also handing over. Pan Aarhus handing over as well. Another group there. So yeah, it did. I mean, it was absolutely Hannah Lundberg there leading that group out. She did.
She wasn't the fastest on the leg, though.
Who's the fastest on the leg?
Amanda Klein, but I think she started just 4 seconds behind Hannah Lundberg. Or at approximately the same time, because she was in front of her in the finish. Here's the next group coming. Simon Rasti, Mura, Helsingin Sunistajat. There's one more team. Rasti Karut, I think. Yes, indeed, in the lead there.
Mira Kaskinen for Rasti Karut. Maja Falk from Mora. Teresa Smelikova for Helsingin Sunistajat. Tulia Wiberg for Paimon Rasti. And this this is the longest leg of the whole relay done now. So we have waiting here, we have Marie Katani, who was...
well, she's obviously not waiting for us.
Maybe she's waiting for the finish.
Yeah, it seems like there are 2 finish runners there, so it's probably for the finish stream. Very soon, in about 2 minutes, this very big group approaching the last control as well, with Marie Olausen in the driver's seat. But before, you're gonna have Pan Kristianstad, Eksjö, Iktisa, Göingerna, as you can see in the picture here. Then they're behind Kristianstad, Malung and Järla. Wajenmark for Malung. Then there's Halden's second team.
Anna Toledo.
Eksjö, isn't it? Yeah. Tampere Pyrintö.
That's second team, Eni Jalova.
Here we have Iktisa.
Asuna Kurkeita. But still, the next we should see, that's Elena Babic. Maria Larsen will be the next one in, probably still about a minute's time, leading that big group of runners, about 10 runners or so, I think, in that group. And yeah, here she is, Stora Tuna.
Stora Tuna, I think Turving is there as well. Is this Lunds, probably?
It is, absolutely. So Maria Larsen from Stora Tuna, Aino Mankala from Lynx, Sanna Hotz from Turving. These runners all coming in together, but they will be nearly 10 minutes down. 9:36 then for Stora Tuna. Brought up 25 places on that one.
She's actually exactly the
Admira
same
Larsen.
speed, same time as IFK Göteborg in the lead.
But yeah, they needed to do a little bit more. I mean, already with the first two legs to be able to give Tove Alexanderson a chance on the final leg. And I'm going to take another map off the pile. I'm going to discard it behind me. I've got a big pile of maps that I'm working my way through, and I've only got 3 left now. So leg number 4 comes out. And I will take a look at this one. It is a shorter one. This is the shortest one. This is 5.1 kilometers, 175 meters of climb, an estimated winning time of 35 minutes. And yeah, I think they're going
almost
quick
halfway
now.
already. They've been out there for about 10 minutes.
That was the confirmation
really halfway, but the third
of the changeovers then. With that lead for FK Gothenburg down to 1 minute and 19 seconds. Then, okay, Linné and Halden still up there. Calvin Rasti as well. Some of these really big teams still in contention. Yeah, as we'd expect it to see, to be honest. Then a big group there around about 4 or 5 minutes back, and then another couple of groups now looking into like the 8-9 minutes as well. With Stora Tuna, last year's champions, over 9.5 minutes down. Okay, so we're live then.
Okay, we're live with IFK Göteborg, first and second team, and you can see the gap. Just a little bit about a minute, approximately 1:20.
Yeah,
if I
it's very
remember right.
similar.
That was exactly the gap.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it was actually 1:40 to IFK Göteborg's second team, so I think they got a bit closer.
So this is the shortest loop then here, just 5.1k. And they take this little cut through the marsh.
First TV control is going to be after 2.1 kilometer. My guess is that it's probably control 7. So probably not the one we see there on the picture, but the next one. It has been TV control earlier in the men's race.
So nearly 40 teams at the finish now for this leg 3, this long day.
There has been a small mistake by Westervik. Control 2. Otherwise, I can't really spot any bigger mistakes here in the beginning. Or at least not ongoing.
Do we have everybody in the tracking though here? Linné, so Linné must have made a mistake because Linné was right up there.
Yeah, I can play
Halden,
the replay.
Calvin Rasti, their fine tampering printer must have made a mistake because they were in that leading group. And actually the second team from AFK Gothenburg have done a fantastic job. So we've lost Linné basically from and a
But
bit of
now
tampering
we're waiting
printer.
for IFK Göteborg. Let's see.
So what was the mistake from Linné? That was Per Ljungvik on the third leg. So
They did a
Kristin
mistake
Melby
at the first
Jakobsen.
control. So did Tampere Pyrintö.
Yeah, so
Now
those...
we have IFK Göteborg to the control here. I can tell you that Linné also did a mistake to the second control. But here we have the leaders. This is Miri Traneödum.
Yeah, this is at 2.1 kilometers of the way round. Miri Turner Erdem, Danish runner. There's such a big orienteering contingent around Gothenburg right now of international runners, quite a few Danes in there as well. Now that they don't really have that kind of national team base in Aarhus in the same way that they used to.
So as we mentioned before, the gap down to Ukoliné was 1:19, but Ukoliné 2 mistakes at the first and at the second control. So we actually expect the second team of IFK Göteborg to get to the 7th control in second position. Not far behind, we should also get to see Halden and Kalevan Rasti.
Well, here's the second place team.
And then we have Halden
Yep,
and Kalevan Rasti.
absolutely. That's Svetlana Mironova, I think. Very familiar sight,
It is
even if she's not competing in the World Cup circuit anymore.
world champion 2014 long distance.
So Sina Hodegård.
1:25 behind. She had a great start here. 16 seconds quicker compared to Miri Traniadum. Half a minute quicker than Svetlana Mironova.
This is Kalevan Rasti. Yeah, so some mistakes just on the first control. Really switched up the order and we just lost. So there were kind of like a team of 7.
Next
And then
team
a
should
gap.
be
And
Tampere
so we've
Pirito.
lost Tampere Pirito, we've lost...
They did a small mistake there in the beginning as well.
and who else have we lost?
So we had up there
Tampere Pirito
Nydalen.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, oh yeah,
Still
Nydalen.
everything in
Oh,
order. Linnea
yeah.
we missed, but otherwise...
Yeah, Linné
okay.
and Tampere Pirito were the main 2 we missed because it
There's
was kind of
Linné.
that group of 6.
Isn't it?
I think it is.
So here, Tampere Pirito 2:41 behind.
Yeah.
Lost about 1.5 minutes to this point.
So Annie Hanpa just punched that control. This is Linné. And Kristin Melby Jakobsen.
Just 1:40 to the leader. Suunto Jyväskylä. And then Nydalen and then Tenui. But
Of course, see Svetlana Mironova from Halden crossing the
maybe
power line.
small mistake by Suunto Jyväskylä. Here they come.
Yeah, she had managed to get a gap on those 2 behind her, Nydalen and Tenui.
But
Still in the
actually,
top 10.
Lucy Semikova was the quickest one now. Got 1 minute closer to the lead. 3:40 behind at that point.
So behind Jela, I think.
Started out almost 5 minutes behind Suunto Jyväskylä. So great start here for Lucy Semikova.
No, maybe I'm making this up. Behind Kalevan Rasti, that's who I think we're behind.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I just see the dark kit. There's Venla Turakainen.
IKHP. We had 9 teams here, so Emma Ling into 10th position. And this is Västervik. We had a small mistake there by Västervik. Tilda Sundqvist lost half a minute compared to the leader.
Here's Södertälje. This is yellow, but not the yellow we're looking for. It's actually behind Calvin Rusty again on the track here. On our way to control number 8.
Where we actually right now have the punch of IFK Göteborg's first team.
So Calvin Rusty probably in like 4th, 5th place, possibly, as we follow her through here. Dropping down into her control. There it is. Ah. No, just climbing up, I think, straight away from that control.
This is Iktisa. And then to the right there, Renan.
Yeah, so Tisa, I think, catching up a few places here already.
Asti Karut.
Hanna Sudol, yes, catching 13 places up already. Emma Hasselström for
And actually,
Renan.
she was only 4 seconds slower than Lucy Samikova. So about a minute quicker than the leaders.
Yeah, great. It was great running here from Iktisa.
On Århus and Fabian Rasti. There we have Malung and Eksjö. IFK Mora. Then there's Pan Kristianstad.
Yeah, the orange top.
8 minutes and 10 seconds. So they lost a little bit. Most of the teams here. Pan Kristianstad quite equal to the leaders.
Okay, so live with the leading team here at control number 10. Actually, this is one where we saw a lot of people having trouble with, but approaching from a completely different direction. So hopefully no problems here. Even if it is a little bit denser, you can see that she's... who am I talking about? Miri Trana Erdem is absolutely spot on the line.
I think from this direction, the control is a little bit easier than we had. And it's not in night anymore. It's one of the control, I think it was on the 3rd last leg in the men's race.
Yeah,
we had Helsingin Sunistayat
problems there.
having the mistake. You can see that the gap is growing again. It was just about 120. Back at control 7. Looks like Tisera.
Tiseren, yeah. And then
Another Nydalen team.
Nydalen, yeah.
Or Kalavandrasti? No, it's Linné.
Yep.
Aron Tisville.
Moa Pettersson for Tisserun. Leonora Winkler for Linné 2.
Tampere Pyrintö.
And maybe a Lynx team there as well. Have we seen... No, we have not seen Storatuna through
No,
yet.
but they will be here in about a minute before we'll have Göteborg Majorna. This, I think, is Lynx.
Yep, it is Lynx.
Järla, and there to the right, I think, is Göteborg Majorna. At the back. Oh, here they are.
Here she is.
Tilde
In the zebra
Backlund.
leggings.
Yeah, actually, she was running the last leg last year, did that very well, Tilde Backlund. I think she had the 6th best time. But then spent some time abroad, was working half a year in Morocco on the Swedish embassy. Didn't get to train that much then, so now yeah, got maybe the last spot in the first team here for Göteborg Majorna.
Yeah, got this shortest leg for her. But obviously lots of great technical skills. She won't have lost all of them. So keep watching here at this 7th control. And there are some sunny spots now in the sky. There's a little bit of blue sky coming out. Here's Storatuna. Again, lost a little bit more time on the lead here, now down into 12 minutes behind the leaders. At the end of the 3rd leg, it was not that much. I think it was about 8 minutes. It was 9:36, so now down to 12. Okay, catching up then with the next teams. Yeah, IFK Göteborg 2 doing a fantastic job. Signe Hordegaard just running away from the others at that point. We wait at the next control. I wonder if this is control 12. Yep, here it is. Here is Miritana Adam. We'll see what sort of a gap she's managed to maintain. It looks fairly comparable to last time. And there she punches. This our pre-warning control, the 12th control. So we wait for the next runner through. Should be another minute or so before we see Signe Hordegaard. Also from IFK Gothenburg. The coursers has done such a good job of just tucking every control the wrong side of the boulder, the hill, such that you really often can't see anything if you're running through the forest alone. You have to be properly looking for the feature, properly reading your control descriptions, which is hard to do when they are on a big relay map. Looking out for the 2nd place runner still. Possible mistakes at the 11th control for Halden and Kalvanurasi maybe making a very small miss, but here is in 2nd place. Will it be pretty much a carbon copy then of 2 years ago in Skellefteå? Because that is when we saw Entenui take the win, and we saw a double victory for IFK Gothenburg as well. So will we see exactly the same thing? Still just over 2 legs to go, and we get to a few longer legs next. So we will see. Where are the next group? So 135 was the gap, so it's grown slightly, but a small miss at the previous control from the next couple of teams. Looking out for Svetlana Mironova, that's Halden, for C. Turakainen, Calvin Rasti, possibly for Tampering Printer as well. Here is Halden and Tampering Printo. You can see it is Annie Hanpa coming to the control first, then the Russian, Svetlana Mironova. And from another direction is this Calvin Rasti, I think it is. So IFK Gothenburg 2 just pulling away from that rest of the field by nearly a minute and a half. That's quite a big achievement. This is Linné, Kristin Mölby Jakobsen into 6th. And at the arena, lots more people waking up now, enjoying the lightening of the sky, a little bit of sunshine, just a bit, which will really help things warm up here. Much needed. This is Sunta Jyväskylä, Lucy Semikova, another Czech athlete then in this Finnish club. Quite a lot of Czech athletes choosing to run their Scandinavian club in Finland. We have had a pre-warning as well for Miri Trana-Erdem in the lead, ready for the changeover to the 5th leg. We will still wait here at 12. Here she is. This is the leader then into the arena, looking for the final control. And again, Miri Trana-Erdem just hasn't seen anyone else out in the forest at all. Still in the lead. The big, big favourites for this race. They were in this leading position last time, but it was actually leg 4 where they made big mistake, allowed the likes of Storytuna to catch up. So it's very solid run, a fantastic run in fact from Miri Trana-Erdem, coming into finish on the very end of this 4th leg. So she will run full speed into the finish line, the finished funnel, and she's going to hand over to only former world champion Simona Aebersold, multiple World Cup winner. It's quite interesting. I'm sure Jens and I will chat about this more later on. The decision to put Simona Aebersold on the 5th leg and not the 6th leg. It might be very telling because we saw Simona Aebersold take the 2nd place last year with a sprint finish on that 6th leg. But they've maintained that leading position. We're looking for the 2nd team from Gothenburg. Here they are. The blue and the whites. And coming through the pre-warning now. Sidney Hødegaard. Looking very powerful here. It was a gap of about 1 minute 40 at the pre-warning. It might have come down. She's looking so free in her running. Brilliant stuff there. Being cheered on by her teammates. And this is second place, 1 and 2 again for IFK Gothenburg. And the gap is, yeah, as I was going to say, I think it's got a little bit smaller. So dropped from 140 at the pre-warning back to 115. Here, these two teams in the lead on this changeover. We have got another couple of teams pre-warned, Tampere Printer and Calvin Rusty, both about 3 minutes down. So the two Gothenburg teams doing such a good job, and particularly this runner here. We've got Lucy Semakova also pre-warned, which means we haven't got Halden. So has Halden made a mistake?
Halden is just punched the second to last control on the way to 15. So are Tampere Printer, Calvin Rusty, Ukoline, and
So it just hasn't come through on our system, I think. Here's Tampere Printer. This is Annie Hanpa. Caught up a couple of places on this leg. Again, looking very strong here. It is the shortest leg of them all, 5.1k. And there is Calvin Rusty in the background. See Turakainen. I think you can see some of the other runners there in the background, Cynthia Veskala. But into third place, this is Tampere Printer. And she will hand over to Sophie Backman. Ben Harju on the last leg, European champion. So lots of potential still there. This is Calvin Rusty. Handing over to Cécile Calandry. The French international. Here's Halden. Hadn't got the pre-warning punch from Halden, so possibly a little bit suspicious, but actually also didn't get it from Linné either. This is Santa Jyväskylä into 7th. They've punched here at the finish, so 7 teams through, 1 minute 15 between first and second, and then another gap back to about 3 minutes with these next 5 teams quite close together. Here is Mironova and Kristin Melby Jakobsen. Just handing over there. Oh, missed the map underneath the fence. Why not? Great work from these women in the top 7.
I think there is quite a gap to the next teams. We had NTNUE at control 14, the second to last control. We also had Nydalen there. Next teams to come there with GPS devices: Västervik, IKHP, Iktisa, Rastikarud, Södertälje, Nykvarn, Eksjö. Actually, soon to Jyväskylä. Semikova had a great run here. On this 4th leg, was almost a minute or more than a minute quicker than the leading team, or the leading teams. So now we have Nydalen on the way in. We had the changeover from NTNUI. This is going to be the 9th team here to finish this 4th leg.
Yeah, and just over the 6 minutes down, this looks like Västervik's as well.
Now we actually have the sun here again, rising.
Yeah, it's quite nice. I think it's gonna heat up
warm up this
commentary
booth.
box.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm literally in about 4 layers. I'm so cold. But the sun coming
But
through
you know
the box now.
it's actually, it keeps you awake.
Yeah. I am more awake now than I was at like 3 in the morning, so it's all fine. That and the fact I've also had some breakfast. Igtisa. Next to finish.
Anna Sydal had a good run.
This is Emmeling as well.
Lost about 3 minutes compared to the leading team. And we have Rasti Karut, Malungs, and Eksjö on the way in. They both Malungs and Eksjö a little bit quicker than the 2 teams from Göteborg, IFK Göteborg. Now I start to get tired.
But leading fastest time on this leg, it looks like it is Lucy Senikova. Yep. From Sunti Veskala. Also, Hanna Sydal, as you mentioned, very good run from her there as well.
Here we have Södertälje Nikvan.
Yep, absolutely.
Lovisa Bori. She had a tough time out there.
Yeah, she did drop a few
Almost
places.
6 minutes compared to Semikova.
Anything going on with the leaders? How are they getting on?
It's going perfectly well for them.
Oh, come on, we need some drama. I guess all the drama happened in the first couple of legs.
Yeah, but you send out Simona Abersson in the second to last leg and you expect drama.
Well, no, I actually don't, because... But I am interested in your thoughts on popping her on the second to last leg and not the last leg, when she's so often used to running this last leg.
Yeah, but I mean, if you just... I mean, Sanna Fass is in such a good shape at the moment, and you have Simona Abersson. She actually said that she's not feeling 100% confident in like her actual shape. The body didn't react to the training as she wanted just a few weeks ago. I think it turned around a little bit, get a little bit better. But if you have one runner that's not 100% confident about her shape, and you have another runner in the shape of her life, probably, well...
It's a no-brainer,
yeah.
isn't it?
And especially if both of them are competing in the World Cup and on very high international level. So I think it's a good decision to put it like this.
And they both know how to keep calm under pressure and not mess up a relay.
Here we have, now it is Göteborg-Majorna, Tilde Backlund.
Yeah, and Killian A2, Leonora Winkler. So 19 and 20, both of these two runners pulling up places. And I think that showed you how, no, actually how tight it is, this relay. We've still got 20 teams here in 11 minutes, and they've just been chopping and changing here. Amelie Ertzmann for Ferrum Tisvilde. Tisvilde Hain, their local forest, very big forest, very close to Copenhagen. It's very nice.
And actually now we are waiting. We switched to the second to last leg, and we are waiting at control 5 for Simona Abersold.
Yes, we will see her very, very soon.
Went
Coming
out
over the top of the hill,
in the lead.
Here she is.
15 ahead of her clubmate.
Yeah, absolutely. And just, yeah, super solid.
Yeah, it looked as if she was waving to the camera, but actually she was listening to the
yeah, and keeping her balance, I think, as well.
Sport event unit.
Yeah, this is a woman who knows how to run in the lead and be chased and just keep her cool. Exactly who you want on this relay to set up a good position for Sanne Fast.
I think we are about to wait for another 1.5 minutes, 2.5 minutes maybe.
So what was the gap?
It was 1 minute and 18 seconds.
1 minute 15 seconds.
15 seconds, yeah.
Yeah.
It's about, yeah, maybe it's about 2.5 minutes now. Could be a bit more, up to 3.
But no mistakes, just the speed of Abersold.
No, I haven't seen a bigger mistake, but I haven't been following that closely in the beginning. I think we're going to see a recap here at one point.
We won't be able to show loads of this leg because some of them will have some forking, so we won't be able to show loads of the GPS until really we get to the last leg. We'll do our best to kind of describe.
And the final parts here, it's a bit different compared to the men's race, where we had 3 quite long legs towards the end. Leg 4, 5 and 6 in the women's relay. I mean, the 4th one we've just seen. Short one.
Last year.
And
yeah.
the 5th one is just about 50 minutes, and the last one 53 minutes, so they're not super long.
No, it's a weird spot between a middle distance and a long distance that
Yeah.
we only see in relays like this.
You don't know if you should call it a long middle distance or a short long distance.
Yeah, well, maybe wait and see the characteristics of the course. If there's any really long legs, then we know what we're looking for. Yeah, it's kind of something a bit not really a middle or really a long, I think. You can see all the groups then going on their way to control number 4, different route choices, some more straight, some using the track a little bit more.
And just in about a few seconds, we should see the second team from IFK Göteborg to approach this 5th control. And then we have to wait another minute, a little bit more, for the next runners to come.
Yep, here she is.
The Ida Agervik Kristiansson. So the next teams we are waiting for, Kalvanda Rasti, OK Collinet. Actually, Tampere and Pirinto lost a little bit of time here. They were the third team at the changeover. They're not anymore. They are in 5th position together with Suntoi Veskela.
So 2 minutes lost then by the second team here. Or 2 minutes won maybe by Simona Abersold. And we wait for the next teams, because this is interesting whether the second team from Gothenburg will get caught or not by the chasing runners. Coming up to 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes down. Should see runners kind of coming from the right. Oh, actually, so here we go. This is Halden.
Ines Bercher.
Yeah,
This
doing
is
Swiss runner.
Cécile Galandry.
Absolutely is. French runner for...
Kalvandrasti.
yes. Aline here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the big kind of big hitters we're starting to see here on this 5th leg of the 6. You want to put a really good runner on the 3rd leg, that long day leg, but then these two, your best runner generally on the last leg, and then a good, very good runner setting it up before that. This is Yabase from Suntoi Veskela and Sophie Bachmann from Tampere and Pirinto. You can really tell, like, Tampere and Pirinto is just a club that's just, like, won across a lot of Swiss runners. That happens a lot, you know, runners will come from another country and lots of them will go.
I don't know, I've never been competing for such a club.
Absolute liar.
I think back in the days we had one relay. I think we had 5, 7 runners, Swiss runners at Jukkola.
Amazing. Did you do all right?
I think so. Could have been. I can't say exactly if it was the year when we were 8. I'm not sure. But that's a long time ago. Let's get back to the relay here. Take a look to the leading team, EFK Göteborg, Simona Abersold, and well, big surprise, but no problems at all.
Absolutely fine for her.
Here we have NTNUI. Very soon we're gonna have EFK Göteborg to the second TV control. I think it's not sure which one will come first. The next runner to control 5 or Abersold to 7. Probably Abersold to 7.
There's lots of teams closing in here on control number 4.
Oh, I think we're gonna have Nydalen first to this 5th control.
Yep.
Anne Margrethe Hausken Nordberg. And now we are at control 7, waiting for the leading team, waiting for EFK Göteborg.
We're looking for a blue, but not that type of blue, blue and white.
But she should come from that direction, I think. Here she is.
Refolding her map at this point. no problems at all for Simona Abersold. And you can see, you can really hear the wind coming through the trees there as she drops down off the slope. After control number 7. Let's go down to the left. Then another across the kind of power lines you can kind of see in the distance. Any troubles with anybody further back?
Not really. Next team to come to control 7 is going to be IFK Göteborg's second team, but it's still 2.5, 3 minutes to go for them. Then behind, I mean, it's not that far to Kalavander Rasti and Uka Linneev. We had more teams at control 5. Västervik, IKHP, Iktisa, Rasti, Karhut, Eksjö. They just punched after Anna Margrethe Hausken Norberg at control 5. So all of them, I would say, within a minute, a bit more.
Still waiting at control 7. It's great as we kind of pass through some of the terrain to get to this control. You can just see it down in the bottom in this gap between the rocks.
But actually, the second team from IFK Göteborg, they haven't been at control 6 yet. So there's still some time to go. And the gap, most interesting maybe between the second team of IFK Göteborg and Kalavander Rasti was about a bit less than 2 minutes. Now it's a bit less than 1 minute.
Yeah, so possibly, the second place team losing a bit of time and the chasers catching up. So we'll see. So IFK Gothenburg 2 has punched the previous control to this one, so we will soon see them from the right hand side, probably, possibly. Oh no, maybe not necessarily. I think that was just Simona Abersold's route in. Is a runner coming? Is it the right kit?
Should. It's a bit early.
Yeah, I think
maybe from the leg before.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, definitely. Here we have her. 4 minutes past now.
Yep. Ida Egervik Christiansen.
It was
It was 1:15, I think.
Yeah, the changeover was a bit more at the first TV control, but we don't have that in our system.
It's about 3:15, I remember. Now it's down to 4 minutes.
But very soon, approaching this TV control as well, Kalavander Rasti. Here she is, Cécile Galandry. She was together with Ines Berger, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was.
So
From Halden.
where's Halden? Can't see the GPS.
A few times we have had them tracked. I can't remember where, but I'm pretty sure Cécile Galandry once asked me where we were on a course.
She must have been very desperate.
I think she was.
And she didn't know who you are.
No.
Obviously.
No. No, otherwise she'd never have asked me in for fear of it getting told on
I
the
hope we get her to
live
the
stream.
interview afterwards.
The thing is, I can't even remember where it was. It might have been something like a Portugal O meeting or something like that. I can't remember. This
So-
looks like no.
No.
This is Cynthia Vescala and
Sophie
Tampere
Bachmann. Maybe she wasn't she together with Sophie Bachmann?
Yeah.
So Sophie Bachmann lost time, so it wasn't Halden, but we
No,
have
but
some-
Halden was up there. Ines Berger was absolutely there. And Ines Berger has had a couple of great relay runs in the last
but I
year.
can't find the GPS here.
Oh, no, but what's Linné doing? Is it Linné?
Yeah, they're doing a mistake to this TV control here, off direction. Actually, yeah.
Do you have Halden on the tracking list? Yeah, they should be. Can we like zoom? Can we center on them?
Yeah, they know their GPS is not working. That's the reason why I can't find them. But they haven't been here,
No.
that's for sure. Linnea quite far away from the control.
But they should use
Way
the power
too far
line.
to the east. Yeah.
Intenui, but from a previous
Yeah,
leg.
they are doing a mistake as well at control 6. Next team to approach may be Nydalen, because still Linnea doing a mistake there. 5 teams have punched at this control 7 on the fifth leg in this women's relay. They've had 7.5 minutes. Ago, we had the punch from IFK Göteborg's first team, Simona Abersold. And it's really, really spreading out here now on this second to last leg. We get Simona Abersold in the picture again
And
in
I
the
was
upper left
just
corner.
looking up to see who was running the last leg.
Here I
for
think
the
we have
second
Halden,
team.
right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, absolutely. In sixth
Halden
place.
at the changeover, 3 minutes 18 behind. Now it's 7 minutes 58. 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, 8 minutes, nearly 8 minutes.
And Linnea did quite a big mistake, but here she is. 8 minutes and 13 at the changeover. Yeah, they were together with Halden. Most probably they were doing the mistake together
Yeah,
then.
I think you're probably right.
So very soon to come to this control, Nydalen and Ternui. And we're still following Simona Abersold in the upper left corner. She's on the way to the 10th control. Here we have Nydalen and Ternui. Anne Margrethe Hauske Norberg and Oda Schele. IKHP, actually a good run. She only lost a minute compared to Simona Abersold, second fastest so far.
Yeah, here's Vesterviks.
Lena Eliasson Löf. And a great run here for IKHP in 10th position. This is Sandra Grossberga, Iktisa. Quite an okay race as well.
Marlon. No, sorry, another previous team. There's no red on that kit. What am I thinking? but we've been following
I think it was
Absol for
MS
quite a while.
Parma in the picture. Didn't get
Yeah, probably
them
from a
into the
previous,
graphics.
previous
Yeah,
one.
but they are on the
possibly.
GPS here.
Okay.
Helsingin suunnistajat.
10
Minja
minutes down.
Jetula.
Jag kan gå med om ni vill alltså.
They're coming from lots of different directions now here. There's a couple of runners.
Eksjö,
Corner
Rasti
here.
Karhut.
Yeah, no problems there.
And Simona Abersold punched control number 10. She's just about to punch control 11 as well.
Yes, and meanwhile we're here watching runners come through number 7. So no problems for Abersold, and she'll hand over to Sanna Fast. What about the chasers? The next chasers?
Yeah, we had a change there in the second position. Now it's Kalevan Rasti that are up on that second place, just a few seconds ahead of IFK Göteborg's second team. And then there's another, bit more than 1.5 minutes down to Tampere Pyrintu and Sunta Jyväskylä.
So we're live with Simona Abersold, her tracker here, taking this small indistinct path down into the valley, across towards control number 12. She'll probably stick on that for a while, I reckon. This is where it's hard to work out what's a path and what's a crag on the map. Actually, this one's not too bad. Södertälje.
Followed by Paimin Rasti, I think.
Yeah, that could be well her here. Yep.
Here we have Pan Kristianstad. Now we have to punch there at control 12 by Simona Abersold, and you can also see that Kalevan Rasti now is ahead of IFK Göteborg second team, but they are on different route choices up to control 10. IFK Göteborg staying a bit closer to the red line. Actually, I think that's quite a good option. Also say that the next TV control is going to be at control 13, so there's a rather long leg now for Simona Abersold before we can see her in the picture again in about 4 to 5 minutes. Back at control 7, this is Göteborg-Majorna. 14:31 behind Eva Örnhagen Jörgensen in 20th position. Halden's second team into 21st position, Sigrid Schmidt. Sigrid Schmidt-Gran it is. Here we have Hilda Forsgren, Okolini's second team. Those teams more than 15 minutes behind, and now we are running behind Cécile Gallandry. She is on the way to control 11, and actually she is together, as you can see here, with IFK Göteborg's second team, so it was a good choice to keep close to the red line there up to control 10. At the same time, we have Simona Abersold halfway to control 13. The control itself just outside the area in the picture. And here you can see behind IFK Göteborg's second team and Kalevan Rasti, we have Tampere Pyrintö and Sunta Iveskula, trying to get closer to the top 3 positions on the way up to control 10. And in the upper left corner, we are behind Ida Agervik Christiansen. And so we are also behind Cécile Gallandry, just running a few steps ahead. Actually, now they split up here. Gallandry staying a bit longer on this track, taking them height into the control. I think that is a good option. The control will be easier from there. It's located at the crack, usually to see, easier to see from below. And now we're back, and this looks like Stora Tuna to come to this 7th control. So had Tyrving, Järla just in front of Stora Tuna, Magdalena Olsson, but Magdalena Olsson is 18 minutes behind. I don't think that even Tove Alexandersson will be able to close a gap that big. But soon we can switch to the 13th control, because in about half a minute we're gonna see Simona Abersold there. And there behind, you can see that it was definitely better to go and use that small track. Cécile Gallandry now again ahead of Ida Agervik Christiansen. Even if it's just a few seconds, I don't think she is going to be able to see Kalevan Rasti at that point if she gets to control at the first try. You can see her in the picture in the upper left corner. I think she got to control, and very, very soon Simona Abersold will be at control 13. Here she is, and now we got the first punch here. After 6.0 kilometers, we have Simona Abersold, the IFK Göteborg Orienteering 1, first team there, punched. And as we know from the control before, the lead was 4 minutes. It's definitely not less. Different options here again. Kalevan Rasti, Cécile Gallandry went up straight from the control over the power line using that track. She's approaching very soon. IFK Göteborg second team, and Ida Agervik Christiansen decided to go down, use the path there, and then switch over to the track. Gonna be interesting how this is gonna turn out for the two of them. And behind them we have the fight between Tampere Pyrintö and Sunta Iveskula. right now for position 4 and 5. Don't we probably have Simona Abersold to the changeover or to the last control? Just about at the same time as we're going to have Jefke Göteborg's second team at control 13. It's not far to go for Simona.
No, that gap, she's just growing and growing and growing. And again, will, you know, as a runner, still trying to kind of test your form after the winter, I think will give her a lot of confidence.
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, I mean, it's the second to last leg. It's not really the all of the very best runners on this one.
No, that's true. But still, she will definitely also...
And definitely a
lot
good
of
feeling to
feedback.
be running in the lead and just notice that you're increasing it.
Will she know that she's increasing it?
I don't know. I mean, you have quite many points where you get very cross kind of the course again. You might see a view of the other teams every now and then. So maybe.
Yeah, maybe especially if you've seen some of the teams further back, but I think if you're thinking about that, then you're not thinking enough about the orienteering. We're trying to second guess what the decisions were there. So this is 13.
Still about 40 seconds to go until we're gonna see Cécile Gallandry at this point. Guess she's gonna be ahead of Ida Hagervik Christiansen. Meanwhile, we have Abersold punching the second to last control. It's gonna take about 1.5 minutes until she's at the last control. So first, we're gonna have Kalvandarasti. I think we can see Cécile Gallandry here.
Yep.
Getting to the control. Actually,
Spots.
Jefke Göteborg's second team is not that far behind. I would say somewhere between 20 and 40 seconds.
Yep, Cécile Gallandry then into the second. And yeah, very strong. Different route choice, an unusual route choice there, I think.
Actually, I'm not sure which one was better because Ida Hagervik Christiansen, she lost time to 12. She did a small mistake there, so she started behind. I think it was quite a good option.
Well, she's in second place, so...
yeah, but she was already at 12.
Yeah. So we look for the next team. No, not this one. Looking for blue and white.
There she is. But very soon, I think we're going to switch over to the arena, to the very last control, because Simona Abersold is just about 20 seconds away from there.
Yes, and we'll have her to change over with a lead of, what's that, 4.5 minutes. It could be even more by the time she gets to the finish because she's nearly at that line already. She's already punched that last control. And overtaking runners here on the run-in. And she's just not put a foot wrong. She will hand over to Sanna Fast with a big, big buffer, a big, big margin here. And that gap that was made by Sara Hagström after the second leg has been kind of maintained by her teammates, but this has grown enormous here from Simona Abersold, the Swiss runner competing for the Gothenburg club. And fantastic work from her. A good few seasons now in blue and white. And working hard, she will hand over to her teammate. This will be Swedish national runner Sanna Fast. They're up this final slope to the exchange. And almost throws herself over the fence there. Strong run. And we have the start of the final leg of this women's relay here at Tiomila. Straight into the map
actually,
reading of the route out here.
After 3.4 kilometers was 4:30 compared 4:32 compared to Cécile Calandry. After 6 kilometers, it was 4:30. So it's they actually having quite the same speed here.
Yeah, that time gap was made in that first half, the first third of the course. This course, 7.2 Ks. And now we've had the top 3 runners through, looking for some more in here at control number 13. There's Netherlands, but it's not the leading team. Here is Tampin Printer. This is Sophie Backman. And they have Ven Haju on the last leg.
She was actually able to get away from Sunta Iveskela.
Yeah, looking for...
They were very close together at the previous intermediate time. Now it's a gap of 16 seconds. And we are waiting for Nydalen and NTNUI very soon to get to this control. We have Halden as well, Ines Berger. We don't have her GPS
so
working.
She's, got away from Linné then, I think, as well.
But Linné had this, they did the same mistake earlier. Uko Linné is to get to this control in about 30 seconds.
And then Netherlands and Tenui. This gap from 4th down.
Here we have Linné.
This is quite exciting.
Yeah.
There's definitely lots to play for still on this gap from here. 4th, I'd say, or even including Linné here. With the quality of the runners
maybe even
on the
3rd
end.
position. And if you have 3rd position, then might even be 2nd position.
You have Ingrid Lundenes on the last leg for IFK Gothenburg 2. Lots still to play for. This is Sandra Grossberger from Igtisa.
But we have, for example, Natalia Gampele for Halden.
From Halden. Who else are we waiting for? Who else
Helena Karlsson, Nydalen. Actually, to look up the rest of them. But I mean, there are quite good names here on the last leg. But I think that we're soon gonna have Kalavander Rasti towards the last control. Kind of a strange exit from control 15, taking the path.
Yeah.
Maybe, well, she played it safe, but she could have gone straight as well.
Yeah, maybe just feeling some nerves towards the end, knowing you're in a good position. That is Cécile Calandry who will be doing that. Yeah, she's in the field now. Yeah, catching up with her here. French international runner.
And only about half a minute behind. We're gonna see Ida Akervik Christiansson as well. Should be heading out to this open field very, very soon.
Yeah, Cécile Calandry looks to her left, looks up this run-in that we've got here. Fighting with one of the men's teams here. And it's a great, great position that she finds herself in. Last leg for Calvin Rasti would be Ida Happala. So Ida Happala chasing Sanna Fast, and will be chased by Ingrid Lundenes as well, because Ida Agri Christensen in here for 3rd place. So the gap between first and the rest of the field, 5 minutes, over 5 minutes. Great work from Simona Abersold. And still that second team from AOK Gothenburg still in contention for that 2nd place.
And then, I mean, we've been talking about the group behind. We're going to have Venla Harju for Tampere Pyrintö. We're going to have Vera Klemettinen for Sunta Jyväskylä. Helena Karlsson for Nydalen. And Annie Durkorn for NTNUI. Quite strong runners there.
And Natalia Gempela for Halden. But remember, they're not tracked.
Yeah. Alexandra Hornik for Decisive. Those are the teams there behind. So I think the fight for position, yeah, from position 3, I think it's very, very possible. And very, very open with these teams chasing here.
I think Cecile Coulondre is definitely going to be happy with her run there. Gets the high five from the coach. Yeah, it's Tisa has a very, very good run as well. Sandra Grossberger on this leg so far. She's approximately at the same speed as Kalle van der Rasti. Here's Sophie Backman really using her arms here on this last stage. You can see using her whole body to run through. And this is going to be good enough for 4th place. So Tampere Pyrintö with the Venla Harju, as we discussed. Venla Harju been doing a lot of altitude training in preparation for the forest season. So not a whole lot of orienteering, but a lot of running. She should be in good shape if that training has gone very well and she's had enough time to kind of like readjust back to a regular altitude. But Sophie Backman's had a really great run here. This is really her stepping up into a great position here. So Sophie Backman in 4th place, 8 minutes down, and we're looking as well.
She lost quite a lot of time on this leg, to be honest. 5 minutes.
There's Isia Basse just punched there, and Nydalens as well. So this group all around 8 minutes. There's Halden, there's Ines Berger. We'll hand over to Natalia Gempela. So that group, and we also have here, this is NTNUI. This is Oda Sheila, going to hand over to Anna Djurkorn. This group around here, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, very, very interesting. And we might still have another Linné as well. We might be able to count in on this group. There's Linné. That's
if you count in Linné, then you can also count in Tisa.
Yeah, I'll go as far as that. It could still be interesting with all those groups. It's the last leg of a relay. Like, chaos happens.
The thing is, it's not a very, very long last leg, so it's just about 50 minutes.
Yeah, we have become way ahead of schedule as well compared to the organisers' schedule. It's they did actually very good at suggesting how long they'd run in the night, but the athletes have run so much quicker in the daytime. It just shows that difference. But Sanna Fast, then I think this is in the picture. We're trying to catch up with her. There's gorgeous amount of sunlight here. It's going to really warm up this arena, and it's beautiful, beautiful out there in the forest as well. And I will switch my maps and pick up the last map from my pile. and move on to the final map for leg 6 of the women. Okay, coming in here. Working hard, just outside the top 10. So that team in towards 11th spots. And we have Simona Absol standing by here. Simona, back into the lead, a big, big lead for your team. That looked so easy for you. You had a fantastic run there. Tell us about how it went for you.
No, it feels so good to be back. I struggled a lot with the shape this winter. And now every weekend it feels like it goes so much better. I was really nervous before the start because everyone has run so well, so I felt some pressure to do well as well. But I knew that I just had to do my own thing and to like keep the focus, to take my time to read the map carefully, and then it felt really, really well in the forest.
Simona, we were discussing a little bit because did you know in the forest, I mean, you had quite many times when the course actually crossed the line. So did you know that you get away from the others, or were you like having a feeling that you now I'm really making a gap here?
No, I never really, or I didn't know with how much of a gap I went out. So I was just focusing on my own thing, on my own run, and didn't see anyone on the course. But yeah, there were some moments I felt a bit unsafe, and I think I lost some time maybe because I was really unsure and like ran some zigzag around in the forest, or it felt like that. So I was never sure that I was increasing the gap. I was just trying to at least keep the gap, but it's really, really nice to come into the finish and see that the gap got so much bigger.
And what's it like running in the forest at this stage of the competition? Lots of people have been out there. Is it a bit different, do you think, in the forest?
No, there were quite some tracks in the beginning, but then I suddenly felt totally alone. I didn't see any tracks in the forest. So in the end, there were some people again, but actually I didn't really see that many out in the forest, so it didn't really feel like Tiomila.
And well, we're used to seeing you a lot on the last leg, so a bit of a different role for you here, though, in the 5th leg. What was kind of your job today?
Yeah, it was also like kind of a last leg, second last leg. So I tried to just do what I always do on the last leg, to just take my time to read the map really carefully, to try to see everything in the forest, to not lose any time on doing stupid things.
Well, yeah, great job today, and enjoy watching the last leg as well, and hopefully cheering on your runners home.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much to Simona Absol. Taking the lead there, extending the lead. She was very, very happy, as she mentioned. Training hasn't quite gone her way, but really now getting some good feedback with making a lot of progress now after laying foundations, of course. Paimin Rasti, this is her handing over here into 16th place.
You have to be better, so then it was way much better, and the legs were pretty good, so I'm quite happy.
Okay, Pan Kristianstad there in the orange top. Ylvi Kastner will be the next of our kind of focused runners from this 5th leg in towards the finish. Have you been looking at the 6th leg GPS, Eunice? Anything to report?
Not really. It looks quite similar. Maybe. It's hard to say. Maybe a mistake by Sunta Jyväskylä to the second control. really sure if they have been at the control or not. I don't think so. So probably a mistake here by Vera Klemetinen. But otherwise, what's to report? IFK Göteborg first team is in the lead. They will be at the first TV control in about 2 minutes. Behind, we have actually the IFK Göteborg second team back in second position. Just ahead, just a few meters ahead of Kalle van der Rasti. Then there's a gap of about 1.5 minutes down to Halden, Nydalen and Tampere and Pyrintö. And another minute to NTNV, and it's definitely a mistake by Sunta Jyväskylä at the second control. She'll be caught by Ukuliné and passed by Iktisa.
If you're looking at the, so we can look at the times, the gaps then here, 5 minutes, Kalle van der Rasti, IFK Gothenburg 2, and then those next few runners all quite close together. And we could definitely see some changes of position there. And then a group of runners in around that 13-minute mark as well. Just looking at the fastest times for this leg, Simona Absold was about 1.5 minutes quicker than anybody else on this leg. And just looking, the kind of the closest, Iktisa Sandra Grossberger was 1:33 slower. Netherlands, Anna Margrethe Hausken Norberg was 1:49. Oh, Victoria Shachova from IFK Mora was 1:26 behind. So actually she was the closest runner from Mora to that very fast time from Simona Absold.
Now we are waiting at control 7, and I think we are waiting for the leading team, IFK Göteborg. Sanna Fast for the first time in the picture. Out on this last leg, here she is.
Yep. Again, alone. She'll know the kind of gap that she's got to work with, and she's super experienced. She's in a great shape. And that is the 7th control. No problems at all. Again, you can just see, this is kind of characteristic of what we see a lot with the leading runners. At the end of these big relays, when they've got a gap, they're just gonna do a bit more stop and go. Just not very often.
Now
just
it's out of the control.
Exactly.
It's a